people were saying I was a string bean because I was very skinny at the time. And so I
Okay.
just somehow equated that to I'm going to grow up to be a bean, and not realizing that like that isn't a life choice
Yeah.
that I can make. Um, but
Not with that attitude.
yeah, yeah. It's time for Doodle. Hey, everybody! It's a Wednesday night. Yes, you heard me correctly. A Wednesday night. And that means it's time for Gavin Doodle with me, Mark Hobbin. Tonight we have on Yas Imamura! Woo, 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 woo! Yas does a beautiful watercolor gouache combo mix. And I have all sorts of like technical questions actually already off the bat, but the books are beautiful and really sort of what do I want to say, like ethereal in their color play. And one of the things that I really want to talk to them about in particular is their color choice, because their color choice has this like super vintage feel to it in almost all instances, and I want to hear more about that. But things like When Cherry Blossoms Fall, Love in the Library, which is a very touching and almost topical, sadly topical thing that's happening today, similar with internment camps and things of the sort. But through that, obviously, a beautiful book has come, both from the author, Mege Takuta Hall, but also the beautiful illustrations of Yas Imamura. And then we have one other one here, which is The Gravity Tree, which is a really fun sort of explains some science and some science that's over my head, pun intended, about Isaac Newton. And we'll be talking to them today. My sketch tonight is this: a little girl sort of stealing a teddy bear from her brother in a bunk bed. And so I'll be working on that. And I have my colors all set up. I'm going to put in Ask Us Anything, and then I'm going to get us going for the night. Ask us. You get to hear me speak it as I type it. Anything. Boom. Push that. And then pin that. And then invite in our guest. Let me see if I can do this. I'm trying to do it without having to stand up. That's a little harder to do. There we go. So we going to cross our fingers. Oh, I should be on my face.
Yep. I figured. Hi, how's it going, Mark?
Hello.
Thanks
How
for
are
having me
you?
here.
I didn't realize I had a shot of my desk that whole time.
I mean, it
Um,
was fun. I was like, is my audio okay? Because I don't know if
yeah,
it's always a good thing. Okay, perfect.
no, it sounds lovely.
Awesome.
Coming in loud and clear. Especially you're across the country, right? You're in Oregon.
Yep, Oregon. Where are you
Okay.
from again? Hey, where are
I'm
you? Where are you?
I'm in New Hampshire, so I'm on
Oh, sweet.
the other northern coast,
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it's lovely to have you on. We're huge fans in the household. My wife, myself, my son, everybody is huge fans of the work,
Oh, that's so
and
sweet.
so we're excited to have you. Um, for I wrote. I have questions for you, real technical questions I got to get into later about
Okay.
watercolor, and
Likewise.
it has to do with scanning. I assume you scan your work, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'll get to it later. It's not important
Okay, yeah.
up front.
It is,
But
oh man, it is a tricky thing to scan watercolor for sure. I'm curious what you're gonna have to ask. I hope I know what the answers are, but
it's
it's an ongoing battle.
it's always been this like I've been doing illustration for 26 years professionally, basically, and I still don't know 100% the best way to deal with watercolor for scanning. And so that's why I want to like you have a really good handle of it, and I want to hear if you have tips. Um,
Okay.
but for those that are out here,
Yes, it is a draw along.
yes, yeah, it will be a draw along once we get some of the paperwork, some of the red tape out of the way. Can you tell everybody who you are and what you do?
Sure, yeah. I'm Yas Imamura. I'm a picture book illustrator. Yeah, I'm based out of Portland, Oregon.
Something back.
One of my favorite books.
Uh-huh.
I got started in picture books about like last 2018, just like because I was doing picture greeting cards for a bit, and then a publisher that I first worked with, Innovation Press, saw one of my cards, and it's just been a whirlwind, a fun whirlwind since then. Like it was just like one book after another, and I got represented and met so much more lovely people through that network, and yeah, it's been fun. And like I love living out here. I know that it's good to kind of meet my peers also when I can, but it's definitely where a place I draw inspiration from. I love just being around nature. Things are a little slower here. It reminds me of like growing up in the 90s in some ways. It's just like when you're kind of like that comfortable boredom that really inspires me creatively. So
Are
it's
you
been good.
are you out like away from
Not really, but
the?
it's kind of
Okay.
it's really pretty slow. Because I actually used to live in a little bit more like in the suburbs in Lake Oswego, and then I think last year, not I think, I know, last year I moved to the southeast Portland, but I've always been, I just come here a lot because, my community's here. So,
Yeah, I've never been out that way, but I know that it's one of those locations similar to like there's illustrators that live in Salt Lake City, Utah, and I'm
hmm
always like, what's the draw to that? And all of them say basically outdoors, so they
yes.
can go outdoors. And I imagine the same thing in Portland is
hmm
if one, it's a relatively progressive city, which makes it
hmm
nice for artists.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, being able to get outside of the city into nature is that much closer, and
Yeah.
it's you have access to things that are there. But does it rain a lot? It must rain a lot, right?
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. I think it's like, I feel like 8, 9 months in a year now. It's not like crazy rain. It's not like heavy rain. I do love the
Yeah,
rain. I get to do a lot of things, even with a drizzle. But I was gonna say like wait, I forgot. Yeah, like I think it's kind of like one of those paradox where like it is we are close to nature, and oftentimes we do sort of wish we could do more naturey things because it's just there in the peripheral. We don't often seek it
yeah,
out as much. But I mean, because I think we get our, I guess, like our fix. Even like our neighborhood parks are very dense and lush. So but I do realize like yeah, like even it will just take like a weekend of planning and we're off to the coast or doing camping. So it really is something that like maybe I take for granted. Like camping trips are a lot more spontaneous, or it doesn't require a lot of traveling. It's like it's really right there, and
yeah.
you can decide to ski in a few.
But you have a material of choice with watercolor that requires like that's not something you can very easily go out and just like throw it in a backpack. I mean, you can, I guess, but like
You
you
can
can, but
kind
like
of.
keeping the level playing field on your table or your surface so
Yeah, yeah,
water
for
doesn't drip
sure.
one way or the other is a whole nother ball game. But so today we're gonna chat. I have questions for you. We're gonna draw. We're gonna make. But I need to know right up front. Um, do you know what you're drawing? And then
I have a rough
material.
idea. I
Okay.
think I was just gonna go with like something that like that would allow me to be spontaneous. Like I've been really into making little terrariums, and I've been just looking at a lot of like lichens and moss, and I do love like drawing mushrooms. So I think I'll just go with that and
Okay.
maybe make them like into characters. But I was thinking I had a scene laid out, but then I like the idea of just making little tiny vignettes all over the page, so we can kind of keep going because I don't want to. Sometimes you finish a scene and even if it wasn't taxing and you did it in like a good amount of hours, like a fairly quickly, but like emotionally you're kind of like done. And I
Yep.
don't know if I can
Yep.
keep moving, but so I think tiny vignettes would give me more stamina and like enthusiasm.
I need to do that some night. I've been doing always like one big thing, but at some night I need to like just do like a series of smaller things.
hmm
But
It looks cool on a page too once you have those tiny little.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the well, I don't know if I don't have the fortitude to stick to one page because I'd be afraid I'd mess up one and then it would be like two really good ones and one dud on that same
Yeah, it
page.
happens. It
And it
happens.
would, that's why I don't sketchbook all that much. But
You don't?
um, I
I
sketchbook
mean, I say that like
materials.
I'm surprised I don't do
Yeah.
sketchbook, but I feel like I'm oftentimes the only one.
I like random pieces of paper more.
Okay.
It's the like the bound collection always feels too
hmm
precious. And so
Yeah.
like I don't mind sketching, but it's not in a sketchbook proper. But okay, so the other question I have for you is material. Because I know
Okay.
you're a watercolor gouache person. Is there brands or things of the sort or what are you using tonight in particular?
Actually, so like to answer your first question, I do use like just funny that I blank out when you ask me, but like I would say not really Windsor Newton. That was the first where I used to start. Why am I? Where is it? Oh yeah, so just the Holbein ones for the gouache, and then like I use like a different one for watercolors. That's 1 second.
Well, are you using Holbein
Holbein.
acrylic gouache or regular gouache?
No, no, just regular gouache. I do have the acrylic gouache also, and I think I'm warming up to it again because it was hard to do sometimes to use something that like doesn't reactivate in water, and I work slow, and I like to kind of revisit a palette, so that was hard. And then I
Yep.
use one that's like it's hard to see right now, but it's all their tubes are gold,
Huh. Okay.
and I wish oh it's called I think it's like it's a Japanese brand I think, but I saw it at the I would say like myjello.com. MIJELLO.com. But I like them because I mean I like the quality. I saw it at like at a in Columbia Art Store here in Southeast, but I like it. I like having a different brand for my watercolors so that when they're kind of in a box together, I'm not like confusing them.
Yep. Okay.
And it's
That
very
makes
starkly visual, like it's a different tube.
it's such
So
a it's a like such a minutia of like concern, but totally makes sense to an artist. Like the idea
hmm
that like, oh, it has to be a different brand, not because of like the quality or because of the color choice,
yeah.
because
So
the
at some point they're
tubing
all really
is
good.
different. Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of regular gouache over here, but I've never used that brand in particular. But there's times where it's, especially with like I used to use these more primarily these Liquitex acrylic gouache,
Yes.
but they have a white and a black cap, and one is actually acrylic and one's acrylic gouache. And if you don't pay attention, you buy the acrylic one like this one, and then you sort of regret it later.
Yes, you do. And
So
especially
I
if you bought
get
a
it.
whole set of it.
Get it.
Exactly.
So tonight, if internet goes out of any sort or there's any sort of trouble, we'll just hop back on as quickly as possible. Conversation go any which way. It doesn't have to be all business related or art related. It
Okay.
can go to anything. And I want to be mindful of your time. If at any point you're tired, you want me to shut up, whatever it may be, you just holler, and I'm happy to adjust. And if you want to leave at any point, don't hesitate, and I'll send you off in what I say style. That basically means put it back on our faces for a second.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I think we're pretty good. I took
Okay.
my dog to pee and
Okay.
she's still in,
Okay.
so
What kind of dog is it?
she's like a beagle dachshund chihuahua mix. I mean,
Ooh.
she's like 14. She's there somewhere.
Okay.
She's a
We got
tiny little
a dachshund chihuahua mix upstairs. Not the beagle
uh
part, the rest of it.
but like they're really cute. It's a really good mix. I mean, they just look so tiny and mine's pretty calm. She doesn't really have like the chihuahua temperament,
Oh.
but she definitely looks like a beagle. I don't know how yours are.
Not us. we got that full chihuahua in them somewhere.
Yeah, because the dachshunds are pretty spunky too. So
Yeah. So
yeah.
why don't we switch to our downshoots and we can just start chatting
Okay.
and going from there.
So do we just like yeah, it would be clunky, but
Whatever you need to do to get set up, and I'll watch
yeah.
it. The only thing that we got to be mindful of is that your hands come in from the bottom, so it's
hmm
right side up.
That was a seamless switch that you did there.
Oh, I have a Ring camera, and I've done this hundreds of times now, so it's without question a
I definitely
formula
yeah. Okay,
at this
let's
point.
see.
So I did see there was a question that came in right
Mm-hmm.
away that I want to make sure that we address so they don't feel like we're avoiding it. And it's from CAPLYD. I don't know how to say that, but this one you can answer, I can answer. It's pretty straightforward. Do you usually get paid a stipend per book sold like authors do, or do you normally get paid all up front? And so, there are instances for both depending on the industry, but I'm assuming that you're the same as me, that you get a royalty or an advance on royalty on all the books that you've done.
Yeah, I think like sorry, yeah, I'm figuring the camera as
Oh,
we
that's
go.
fine. That's fine.
I definitely always do like a half now, half. Sometimes it's like split up in threes for sketches, but yeah, it's very rarely I get paid all at once.
I mean, flat fees with doing the card stuff, you must have gotten a lot of flat fees for that, right?
Oh, like the card stuff? Even then, oh yeah, you're right. Like it does get, I guess it's not like up front before I start, but I do get it all at the end. I don't know. I haven't really encountered a project. It's going to be sideways. I don't know how that.
Is there a way to turn the camera?
Yes.
It's
Let me figure
if
this
it's
out.
even if it's like a diagonal. Um,
I'm
so,
gonna figure it. We'll get through this.
okay, yeah, no worries.
Oh, there we go.
This is the
Ah, there you
technical
go.
fun part.
Yeah, I
Um,
think I've never actually had to worry about the. Okay, we're set. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if so, I guess if you can read the questions for me, I can kind of see because I don't
yes,
have like a dual.
yeah, I have a separate feed up so I can watch for questions as they
Okay,
come up. But
we are
I
set.
okay, beautiful. I will. So the answer to that person is the kidlit industry in particular is a generally a royalty based industry. So we get paid in
Hmm.
advance, which means an advance on royalty, which means you have to earn that money back
Yes.
for the company before you actually see royalties. That's
Yep.
the shortest way to explain it. But so just I wanted to get that one out of the way, so that was solved. I want to go back and I ask right off the bat for a lot of people to sort of go into history.
Hmm.
Self. Obviously, you came to Kidlit after spending time doing other types of artwork, other types of illustration professionally. But now you're in this industry. But thinking back, were you a Kidlit kid? Were you someone who read a lot of books? Was this part of your history?
Like as a kid, or I think I
Yeah.
definitely did. Like as a kid, I even drew on my picture books that I own,
Uh-oh.
which is like my mom didn't like that very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, it wasn't crazy. I just like add another character. I'm like, it could use a second.
You were critiquing them at a really young
Yeah.
age.
Or like, yeah, I think it's because sometimes when you expand into a world, maybe you want to put yourself in there. Like, I don't know if you've ever been very into a TV show and you're like, oh, I wish I could be like friends with them. So I think I
Yeah.
put myself in there. But yeah, even now as an adult and before I got into picture books, I would look at picture books just, when I would go to a bookstore and do my rounds. Like, it's really where I go because it's like the art is always so dense. And I think there's so many artists that do it both for the kids and I don't know, our age. Like they're very like sophisticated design and it's something that I think a lot of it's also respecting the kids, because like I don't know, when I was a kid, I really did appreciate good art, like especially if it's like there's good light study that transports me to a familiar place, and light often does that. Um, I appreciate the time that it takes to do that, and I don't know, it's cool to see even in like picture books that like illustrators are taking the time to make it like kind of like a bite-sized concept art book type of thing.
Did you grow up in a artistic family? Like, was
Um,
there
Not
that kind of
really. Like
background?
my mom was pretty artistic early on. Like she would help me with art projects, but I think they were just incredibly supportive, which is, I guess, I find not, I guess, not often very common in an Asian family because they all want you to be like this different kind of more safe career.
Yeah.
But my parents were very supportive. I'm very thankful about that because, how do you really know when she's like 6, but I felt
Yep.
like they just always were like all in, they gave her all the tools, and I'm like eternally grateful for that because it really put me ahead even when I was like going to school to be so used to the tools that I have already that they're still learning in school. Um, I already have, and it's really, I owe it to my parents for just like being very supportive.
I heard some theory from I forget it was a fellow artist who basically said it may have been even on Gavin Doodle at one point about not asking their kids what they want to be to grow up because it's so far fetched of an idea at that point to begin with, but then on top of
Yeah.
that, the pressure that it puts on a kid of I must be this thing or
Hmm.
else I have disappointed my family, or like if you build it
Yeah.
up too much. But that idea of just being supportive with whatever the choice is, as long as it's not destructive or does
Because like
something.
I think we underestimate the pressure, like the propensity for children to please their parents by saying an answer that they think they would want to hear. Like even if maybe they don't really have an emotional, uh, maybe it's not very emotional for them, but they might just perform for you for that question, and be like
Yeah.
doctor, whatever, president of the United States. Like I remember, funny enough, I think I told my parents I wanted to be like a cash register because
Wait,
I let.
you wanted to be a cash register or you wanted to work
I
at a
wanted
cash?
to be one. I was like
Okay.
4 because I thought like this is really very funny, but I thought like all the money in there was gonna be mine.
Okay. Well, I have like, did you do those little books when you were in like second grade where it's like, this is me? And it's like, my favorite color is this. And they
Yeah.
bind it together or they do some sort of packaging of it. I have
I'm not
one that
sure.
said,
No, I don't think I have, but go ahead.
I was going to say, I have one from when I was little that said, when I grow up, I want to be a bean,
A bean?
Bean. Yeah. Which my theory is that there's some, like you have your theory of like, you wanted cash or whatever it was. In
Mm-hmm.
mine, I think it was really just people were saying I was a string bean because I was very skinny at the time. And so I
Okay.
just somehow equated that to I'm going to grow up to be a bean, and not realizing that like that isn't a life choice
Yeah.
that I can make. Um, but
Not with that attitude.
yeah, I don't know where it came from. Like, there's no money in being a bean of any sort that I know of.
Yeah, yeah.
But with your parents when you pursued art, was that something that there was obviously like they want to be supportive, and I understand that sentiment. But was there
Hmm.
any hesitation on their part, or any sort of like you got to have a backup plan just in case?
No, it's so crazy they didn't. I think with my I had another sibling that wanted to be a photographer or something, and they were like, it's like no. We only have one of those that can pursue that way. You become a they kind of wanted they urged everybody to be like, I think, to do a different career like in medicine or whatever.
Yeah.
They're like, nah.
If one fails, the
I've definitely
others
seen him
can.
pull the
Yeah.
brakes on something.
It's if you fail, then they can back you up and help support later on.
Probably. And I think it's also like they really respected the fact that I had a propensity for it even when I was a kid. I think they just saw that I was really into it. And man, I like even I think it's just like, I was the firstborn child and like how optimistic parents are.
Yep. Yep.
So I think I would like read my dad's old letters because he passed away like a couple years ago, and I would read his old
Oh, I'm
letters
sorry.
when I was like a kid. No, it's okay. I mean, thank you. It's all right. Um, I think I was just born, and I wasn't even doing anything substantial. But he was like, "Oh, I think she's gonna get all the full ride scholarship."
And did you?
No,
Oh, okay.
the funny thing is, I don't think I did pretty good in school because of like my ADHD. Like it's like because I went to like a private all girls school back home in the Philippines, and it was just like very restrictive and yeah, very hard in some ways for me. But I didn't do too bad, but it wasn't something that really stimulated me very well.
Now wait a second. You said you Philippines, but when did you come stateside then?
Um, when I was like 21.
Oh, okay. So you spent a majority of your childhood.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I even went to college there for a bit and then moved here. I was like taking like I was pursuing economics at some point because it's funny because my parents were supportive about art, but then and maybe especially at the time there wasn't a lot of like viable. It wasn't completely like your household might be very supportive, but I think it's like what the industry is really showing. It's like I have to probably work for Disney or go abroad or something. It wasn't
Yeah.
like there's not like a big studio there, so maybe I was like trying to get to the adjacent, like maybe architecture or advertising, which I actually ended up doing for a bit, advertising.
Ooh.
Um, yeah.
My reaction. Everything I hear about advertising is like stress, stress,
Oh
stress.
my God, yeah. I was like 20, I was like in my 20s at the time, and I thought it was like the coolest thing ever because I didn't know any better, and like I was like severely underpaid and overworked. But it was
With
the closest proximity I got to art professionally, so it was like a good little taste of like, oh, what's out there, you know?
with now that I know that you sort of started out in the Philippines, that one makes me want to go back and ask the question sort of
Hmm.
different manner about sort of growing up with books, because there is such a difference in regions of the world on sort of how books are treated or what access you get.
Hmm.
Like obviously, like in the Philippines, I'm imagining you just like in I forget who I was talking to at one point where I said like, have you seen your books? Um,
I think you cut out. One second. You
oh,
cut out for a bit.
can you hear me okay now?
Yeah. You
Okay.
said like access.
Oh, I was saying that depending on where you are, sometimes people get access to different books because of, you know, supply chain or the
Hmm.
distance for those books to be published and then travel across the world to be read or whatever it may be. And just going back to that idea of growing up in the Philippines, Was there a different type of book there that you grew up with versus the type of book that you're making now, or was the industry there relatively similar?
I would like to say relatively similar. I think we have a pretty Americanized education, and especially for like the kind of education I received and like the access that I have as for my family, we pretty much had cable and all that stuff, and
Yeah.
same-ish TV shows. I mean, there's some things that don't really quite make it back home. Like we didn't really have like black television, like
Okay.
in the same deep. Like we have, I remember like Cosby and all things, just like, but not like the whole like in living color, those kind of things. Like there's a gap. Like when I would meet friends and they would reminisce about that, I was like, I don't really remember that making it to the Philippines. I might be mistaken, but in terms of access of books, I remember growing up liking like Shel Silverstein, the same kind of
Okay.
stuff.
So
So
they,
yeah,
yeah, I just didn't know if like there was a
there's probably definitely a local picture book
scene of sorts.
scene,
Yeah.
perhaps. I'm pretty sure, but it's oftentimes, yeah, I think it's like maybe indie publishing. It doesn't get a lot of rotation and distribution, so maybe I don't really even get to see it. Unfortunately, you know.
It's it's the way that I look at sort of like right now. It's you get world books here in the U.S., but it's limited compared to what's actually out there because of translation and all these different things. And
Yes.
then the equivalent, I assume that it somewhat hits the other direction. That there's access to the big guns like Shel Silverstein or to
Hmm.
uh, you know the the top tier sort of books that are out there, but the lower tier may not get the same what do I say, like
Yeah.
spread. Let's put it that way. Um,
Yeah.
with uh, with now that you're sort of in this industry, and you said what 2018, is that right?
Hmm.
So right before the pandemic, which is a
A
lovely,
big, a
yeah,
big boon.
yeah, the time that we all fondly remember.
Oh my
Um,
God. I'm not saying we need another one, but that was really obviously a horrible time for a lot of people, and like me included. But it was like definitely, if that was my first introduction to what the picture book industry was like, it was definitely skewed. I thought it
yeah,
was like, it was just like a very different kind of time. It was like projects were like coming in almost every month.
the it really, I mean, it depends on sort of like, yeah, the publisher and all these different things, but like
Hmm.
such a different time. But now that you've been in it for, I have to do the math, 8 years. That's
Hmm.
right. Yeah, 8 years. Um, with looking back on sort of the start into the industry, the idea of like your childhood, do you think there's any, um, do you think it was a clear line in a way that, or fate essentially brought you to this, or was this sort of a choice? Like, in other words, were you early on as a little kid making artwork that was destined to be in a kid's book, and it was a matter of you just had to find the market? Or was it something wherein like you actively said, you know what, I want to shift gears and aim towards a kidlit market going forward?
Oh, when I look back into like the way I did books as a kid, art as a kid, I definitely feel like there's some like DNA there. But I feel like when I was doing my greeting cards, I was starting to get really fatigued by it. I think there's a big kind of like consumer and endless consumerism to it in some ways because it was
Yeah.
like Valentine's come in and then it's just cyclical in a very repetitive way to me, at least. And I was starting to get kind of fatigued when I would go to a bookstore and see the greeting card section. I would kind of curl away, I find, at the time. Because I'm like, because it's very rapid and like the pacing is a lot quicker than picture books. So like you gotta get your Valentine's card out, you gotta get the Mother's Day stuff out, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Constant turnover for.
yeah, and then it's a little bit kind of how many times can you keep doing these visuals in a way that's fresh and
Yep,
um,
I get that. Yeah.
and like because there has to be some kind of recall, and then there's a lot of like it was easy to get the same kind of imagery across different shops and how to stay unique was really hard, but I was definitely getting, I was fulfilling my orders. But there was a moment when I started to get when I first did my picture book with Innovation Press, the Evelyn Cheeseman book that I did. I definitely, even with the way I did my picture book, my greeting cards, kind of consciously tried to like pivot towards like a lot more narrative. like I wanted to kind of slowly pivot. I was like, okay, this is something I enjoy doing more. How to kind of
Yeah, how can you lean that direction without
yeah, because I realize I'm acquiring new skills like that I don't quite necessarily have honed yet because I was used to a more simplified visual because you kind of have to keep it concise when people are just browsing for a card. It can't be too doesn't have too many layers. So now I have
you can't have a
certain
rich backstory behind every
yeah, no,
conversation.
yeah,
Yeah.
like not a lot of dynamic posing, you know.
Yeah. With
So I have to think about that. No, because I mean it's an art form in itself. I think I also love the style of greeting cards. It has also equipped me with like the simplicity that sometimes, you know, stands out in picture books where you kind of just do more with less. So
yeah.
I still kind of cherish that skill. I swear to God, this is gonna look good
Do
at
you
some point.
do you like
um,
do you like vignettes more than you like a full bleed because of
I
that?
actually
Bigger
like
card?
I do like a full bleed more than vignettes, like a good spread, but I think it's mostly I have trouble with vignettes. I think sometimes if it's an afterthought type of vignette, it looks kind of sloppy to me. Like for
Okay.
me, when I do it, I have to do it intentionally. Like even if it's just a simple crop, I think I have to really, I don't want to just
Yeah.
draw a thing and then cut it out, you know?
Yep. Yep. No, that makes sense. I
I
same
definitely
with
want to orient around the shape and it feels good to see the vignette. I think, and then lately I've been challenging myself to really love vignettes. Like how to make an ornate border on a vignette or like how to make an editorial like flow that leads into a breathing space for a vignette. I think it's more what I've been trying to get better at lately. So I do love vignettes. I think it's like I'm still getting to know it
I just didn't know
more.
if it was like even from the scale of the card though, just that idea of like a big spread can sometimes be for
That's
some
true.
folks like a spread is really easy and then for other folks it's the hardest thing in the world. And I didn't know if because of the history of the card scale or format that
You're
like
right. You're right. I do a lot of vignettes and cards, I realize. But it's like it's different when you do inanimate objects or
yeah.
like a
Yeah.
character. A character is oftentimes no, you know that's cool. That's really interesting that you said that because I think I can kind of look back now and see that yeah, there are some floating vignettes that I've done pretty confidently. I think I don't know why I don't oftentimes feel good to. I don't oftentimes adapt it in my dummies. I think I don't know, like every page I get, I want to make it a spread, but I think sometimes, and then I have to just look for inspirations of people who have done it well in picture books, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. Like it does feel like I can't always make every page like the big wow, you know? It
Yeah.
has to
Yeah.
ebb and flow and breathe. So it's funny because you're right. Like I have done it in greeting cards. I should, you know, just lean
Well,
into it sometimes.
the I mean you said something really important there. I think that a lot of people who are sort of in the industry would probably love to hear is that idea of like you can't always do a spread every single time. And
No, no.
there are instances like there are books where it is a spread every single time, but there's a gimmick that makes sense for it, or books that are a single page every single time versus spreads, and there's generally a reason for it. But that idea of the balance of big and grand, and other times soft and quiet has to be
Yes.
maintained throughout the entirety of the book. I have students right now that their assignment when I come back, I'm on spring break this week, and when we come back, they're all showcasing their pacing, where they had to lay out an entire book, dummy book,
Hmm.
and
That
so
sounds fun.
yeah, I think it's fun. I don't know if they agree with that, but we'll find out sort of how they manage that sort of the balance between, because it is a skill that is not instantaneous for a lot of folks to just
Hmm.
all of a sudden go, you know what, I can mix it up from page to page. Um, so okay, I want to get these technical questions out of the way because I want to make sure I don't forget to ask them. And the
Okay.
question is really, what surface are you working on when you do your watercolor, first of all?
Um, I
Like
use
what?
the Arches cold press. Right now, I'm actually doing. This is my first time working on this paper. It's like the not cold press, the kind of it's still Arches, but it's this guy. It's a little bit more satin. It's a
Okay.
satin surface. I think because it's more kind of forgiving and it's smoother, so it works well with color pencil. Um, it's kind of it's kind of tough to do color pencil in the cold press paper sometimes.
Because of
Um,
the texture in
the
particular, like
texture.
because of the too much texture,
I think it's too
or
much texture.
okay, because
Um,
the
Yeah.
question that I had really is around like whenever I do watercolor or I do anything that's on that kind of paper, and this is that reason why I ask about the surface, is how much you let the surface show through in the final art and how much you know disguise it. And so I was looking at the When Cherry Blossoms Fall, and there's a moment in here where the white of the page is just pure white, and I don't see I don't see a texture. I don't see any like paper
Mm.
that's on. And so are you going in and cropping all that out?
I don't think so. I think this is pretty technical, but so I scan it and probably like do a levels adjustment in them, and then so like if you see dark patches because of the texture, I color drop it,
Okay.
create like a separate layer of that color, and then just like hit darken as a blending tool so that like the new white is the darkest white in there, so it kind of knocks out all the it kind of levels it. You understand? Like it's kind of
Yeah.
like, and then
Okay.
you keep doing it until you knock out all the darker whites, and then you can just like bump it up again. You almost kind of bring them all on the same level.
I mean, it's one of those things where I just like it's always been a fight for me to try to figure out sort of how much can I knock away the texture of the paper without like blasting out all the color, uh,
Yeah.
darkening
The
it.
darken is a good thing because it doesn't mess up the colors that are already there. It just kind of creates your white to be the like a kind of slightly darker white. And if you keep grabbing all the darks, because like I'll have to do it a couple of times. I'm like, okay, well, missed the spot. Let me grab that white, air
Yeah.
quotes white. It's probably some type of dark gray or whatever. And then I do the layer again in dark and hit darken as a blending setting. It kind of just flattens the white as you go. It keeps flattening it to like bumping it up to like the darkest white and using that as like the flat because because right isn't if it's the darkest color it and if you hit darken it just kind of I think even I think the brightness the lighter whites get kind of knocked out or like it becomes the darkest white. I'm not making sense,
No,
but if yeah,
I
it's
think
a way
I
to
get it.
flatten and bring them all together.
Yeah, I think I get it. I just need to sit down and actually like do it,
Yeah,
and like
and and
think
and,
about
and
and
I
do it.
like it because it's not aggressive to the colors that are existing. And then if you were like, if you, obviously you'll end up with a really dark white that I'm sure publishers would be like, this is too dark. It's a great way
Yeah.
now to adjust it in an isolated way to be like bump up the white to be a little brighter.
Is there like do you spend a lot of time in Photoshop with the work that you make?
Not too much time, but it's still a pretty essential tool for me just because of color editing and these kind of things for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that kind of the darken stuff I can do that in Procreate too. I think that's what I do.
Um, is that do you primarily use Procreate or is it Photoshop?
I do actually, yeah. I do
Okay.
mostly Procreate.
I've switched to doing a lot of editing in Photoshop. Or I'm sorry, in Procreate because I find the cloning tool to get rid of little textures and whatnot is better
In where in Procreate?
in Procreate. Like it's a better job of just sort of being able to draw and clone versus having this circle or this.
Yeah.
It's I guess it feels more sketch oriented in general, but so I do see
I'm
we
the
have a
same way.
question
I
here.
definitely do a lot of my sorry, not to cut you off.
Oh
I
no,
do
go
a
ahead.
lot of my clone stamping in Procreate.
Yeah, that's essentially the same. Yeah, clone stamping versus I mean the Band-Aid tool in Photoshop is lovely. I will say that. But I see there's a question here that is sort of favorite books from let's see, was it a specific time? No, just from an illustrator's perspective. Are there books that you deem as your favorite, whether it be old? So like are there historical ones you're like, oh, this one has a special place in your heart? Or are there new ones in particular like, oh man, this is the cream of the crop right now that you're in love with?
Um, I definitely had like a lot of. I was actually just going through like my shelf the other day because I was like, oh, maybe I should just give it to like I need to reinvigorate my collection of books because I do have some favorites like Christian Robinson and I can't remember the titles right now. There's so many.
Yeah.
like Carson Ellis, all these kind of like more kind of like quiet compositions. Um, but it does evolve, like especially if you stare at things too long, you're like, oh, I think I'm ready for new inspiration. I'm even looking at like a lot of like the Jillian Tamaki, like just graphic novels are still really good here. Like I just gifted this one Summer again to like a friend because I still keep coming back to this book, and it's just like it's not a picture book in a sense, but it's like I have it here. One second. I just love I don't know. It's just like you guys probably seen this book, but there's something about it that I think I can still incorporate in even in picture books, just like
Yeah.
things like that, you know. So I still go back to this book. It reminds me of like some of my early art before when I would just like have a lot of time and do my own like I don't know, like last days of summer type of inspiration. Um, but also like when I went to New York to see my peers and my friends there, like I really I got to meet Angie and um, I really like her book. This is Our Lake,
Mm.
and just the way she did water, and I think it's also like meeting the people behind the book.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, the fireworks book is really good. Like, it really makes me want to mess around with the scratch board. Like, it was a very interesting process. It's so cool to see people not have to do too many fleshed out. Like, I love how hazy some of the characters are lately, like of some of the picture books that I've been seeing, and it's really kind of cool to,
Like soft edges and
yeah, soft
yeah.
edges, just almost like a memory of a child, you know?
It's funny, the I've been tempted to like I have all these pan pastels and I used a little bit tonight on the surface just to soften the tone and the background, but I've seen people using them more often recently, and I need to like there's
Oh, the
a
pan
temptation
pastels?
to
Yeah.
jump into it. What was that?
I mean, yeah, no, you're talking about the pan pastels?
Yeah.
It's a beast. Like I still have them here, and I just haven't been able to really figure out how to, work with it. But it's still here, and it's yeah, like you said, it's kind of inspiring me again.
It's gonna yeah, at some point I will figure out how to I mean I use it more as like just to even out a tone versus like how to draw with it.
Hmm.
There's people that draw with it particularly well, but that's not
Yeah.
my forte of any sort. Um,
No,
so
yeah, it's really hard.
uh, I want to. There's another question here that it's. Um, I'm just looking to see what other people wrote here. Yeah, one of the questions is sort of helpful advice for people starting out. And so before we get to that, I want to ask sort of your starting out point. I mean, obviously, like cards and things of the sort are part of that in advertising, but was the career in the arts an easy introduction, and is that something that you've had a what do I want to say? Have you had a lot of adaptation that's had to happen since you first started making art? Like, has your style changed dramatically, etc.? But go back to like the first professional gigs. What was
Ooh.
what was that start?
I guess like I used to, I remember doing a lot of explainer work when I was starting. And that was it was harder in a way. I mean, I didn't animate, but I would like, when I don't know if you remember the early kind of mid 2000s, 2010s where like explainer companies were like everywhere.
Explain. I don't know what you mean by that.
It's like when you like how to do this, and it's like, and then you do a little. It was like a very corporate. A lot of it
Okay.
was very corporate, but fresh out of school, that was all I did. I was doing characters for them, and it was like
Okay.
someone would just rig them. And I think I remember like just it was very hard for me to take critique in a way because I was a new artist, wanted to express myself as an artist, you know,
Yeah.
and like you have your vision and what do you know, that kind of thing. I'm the artist, and like I realize that's definitely a challenge when you're starting and you're getting a lot of work and a work that like there's a very strict creative brief and you kind of have to do your own like put your own expression in the back seat in a way just to kind of get through the project. I think a lot. I remember having a lot of angst about it, like getting kind of annoyed when things don't go my way, and it oftentimes really didn't when you're starting. But then lately, it has just been so smooth sailing, and I think I don't know if it's just like a combination of people already coming to me knowing the kind of work I do and saying like, can you keep doing this thing? But also like even when I would do like papyrus work, which is like just greeting cards, and they would give me a very strict brief, and I would just follow it. There's a certain kind of relief. I'm like, oh, easy. I don't need to think that much. So it's different now. I oftentimes even enjoy that now because maybe like I was able, like I think I'm not as what do you call that? Frustrated. Like I think I'm able
Yeah.
to in picture book able to express myself. So even if I do get these very rigid type of projects, I'm almost relieved that I don't have to think.
Yeah, you can
You
sort
know?
of, well, especially if you're in an industry like this where you in kidlit where you have to think constantly.
Yes.
Sometimes having a little relief or a reprieve from your your everyday
Yes.
activities can help quite a bit. Um, was there, you know, when you started out, was there something that you learned to answer the question that was sort of asked? Was there something that you learned early on that sort of set the tone for your career, or something that, I mean, I know that you've taught a little bit, and so like, what kind of advice do you give students who are just starting out? That kind of.
I think my background in advertising has definitely, man, I'm afraid to look at what you're doing. You're probably like a lot ahead.
No, no, I literally,
I'm gonna peek.
I
Okay,
have two little
we're about
swatches
even.
of color down. It's not much.
Okay. Sorry, no, go back to the question. So I think like when I was in advertising, I remembered like one of my creative directors would say like you are your advocate. Like you will be the only person to speak about your work and believe in it more than anybody. Like why not be confident and say like I there you know there's a way to because I think I've adapted. Sorry, there's so many thoughts, but yeah, like he's saying that like you are your best seller. Like you're the one who's going to have to talk about it and really own it. Like I think oftentimes I find in some of my students or even like my peers or on the internet, like I see a lot of artists talk about their work in a sort of sheepish way and sort of like mostly expose what they struggle with, which is fine. But sometimes it's like almost too highlighted to where it doesn't sound like they're enthusiastic about the end product. Um, so I think a lot of the selling that I had to learn in advertising carried me through art school, which we know when I eventually pursued like more traditional art, I noticed like yeah, even in the classroom, there's a lot of like yeah, honestly, I had not a lot of, I think it's a lot of shyness where like, okay, I think my work is really bad. And I maybe if I say I didn't spend that much time on it
Mm,
and I struggle that they wouldn't judge me as much, which honestly, like, is not a good way to go because you just
yeah,
sound like you're not professional, you know?
yeah.
But
You're undercutting your sale pitch already
yeah.
by doing that.
And I think I've carried through, I think I understand like the hesitance to come off like arrogant or self-assured. I think there is a balance to just I find what I've learned is to lean into and just something genuine, which is enthusiasm, you know, where I'm like I think I've just honed in the language of saying like I really am so happy with how this turned out. Like it's so simple as like just being genuinely enthusiastic. Like, you know, like I think there's some room for improvement, but like, you know, I'm excited to see if I keep noodling around this process that something might come of it. You know,
Yeah.
it's like you can say the same things, but when in an enthusiastic kind of confident spin is something that I think is very useful off the gate when you graduate or you know because it also attracts people more, you know,
Do you
talk
think,
to people more.
yeah, do you think that, I mean, I was told by a teacher ages ago that you need to do what you love, otherwise you're gonna not sell it, basically. Now that,
Yes, I think that's also a big part. Like you
yeah,
like if you do what you love, you don't have to fake it, you know, the
yeah,
enthusiasm.
yeah. Which I assume in advertising, there's actually a bit of fake on a
There's
regular.
not a
This
fake in
is
it.
the most amazing ad that you've ever seen, and
Oh my God, I know.
but
Wild times.
there's that idea of like you have to sell yourself in general, and you have to be,
Hmm.
you know, even if you don't particularly like what you do, you still need to, like, as a career choice, you have to make the
You
effort.
kind of have to, yeah.
Yeah, but it's so much easier if you actually enjoy it and you're
Hmm.
happy or proud. Um, that yeah, it doesn't come across fake, or you can talk about it weirdly in an instant without having to be prepped for it. I don't know if that makes any
Yeah.
sense, but like someone flags you down in an elevator and goes, "Tell me about your work." If you have to sit there and go, "Okay, wait, how do I make this sound good?" Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's a different sort of sentiment. But I see there's a question here that someone asked about are you working on Arch's watercolor paper
I am.
before you even add it to the final work?
What is it? What was the question again?
So do you work on Arch's watercolor paper before you even do the final work? Like, do you do testing of any sort on the side?
Oh. A lot
Like,
of testing, a lot of sketching I do is, I don't know if I'm answering the question. A lot of testing I do is in Procreate, and then I like print it on like a copy paper, and then I do like the light box, and I think I just go from there and straight to Arches.
okay, yeah, but you don't do color studies or anything of the sort.
I no, not often. I mean,
Okay.
I should.
Hey, I don't
I
do
think I just like go with it.
I know people who do that oftentimes end up with like really great, like they don't run into as many problems, but I also like I don't think I could survive if I had to do color stuff every single time. I
No,
think I
I
would
know,
just
because
like pull
when you
my
have
hair out.
deadlines and stuff, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Um and then I see there's one other question I wanted to get to, which was when starting a new picture book, what research process do you do for it? And this is a really good question for you. And one of the questions I was going to aim towards at some point was you've done a lot of books, like the 3 books that I have on hand all have back matter in this
Hmm.
case. But
Yeah.
some picture books have it, some picture books don't. A lot of the books that I've worked on have had back matter. And meaning, for those that don't know what that means, basically after the story's done, there's a little page or a couple of pages that explain something that happened in the book.
Hmm.
Or the history. So like the Isaac Newton one talks about Isaac Newton. Um, but those kinds of books also require that you have some accuracy. And so how much research do you put into these books that you're working on?
A fair amount. Like, I think I sort of check in with them a lot. Like, sometimes I would just wing it, and then they're like, and it's flagged. Um, because maybe I don't often catch all the details that I need to watch out for, especially the intense, like the more dense factoid books that I've worked on.
Yeah.
Um, but oftentimes I really just go off and like a photograph, because they're pretty good at like giving me a Google Drive of photos and keeping my kind of exploration almost kind of small. And like, 'cause sometimes I look at a photograph and kind of explore the world inside that. So I'm not necessarily jumping all over the place. Um, so like maybe like in the Cecilia Payne, I remember there was like a classroom and where all the tools were there, and if I just keep in that photo and kind of explore what's in there, it's going to be fairly accurate because it's all in there versus like creating too much assumptions and then like having to say, look, I don't know what the kind of what would they have there if that was I think I just kind of keep it like pretty conservative in a way, like
Yeah.
what's the word for it? Yeah. But then like because there's a way to breathe life in like the references that I'm given, I think, and
There was some artists I talked to at one point where they said they look at a reference, one, draw from it, and then hide the reference for the rest of the time and only work from their drawing. And
yeah,
so
I think that's a better way of putting it. Like, you because you breathe life into it. Like it's like, so I think the what I'm trying to say is also the temptation of not temptation, but like if you wanna, oftentimes maybe I can imagine people wanting to absorb all the library of information. Like, oh, they gave me 500 photos or whatever. I have to look at all of them. Like you can just like find a few that like was
yeah,
like, this is nice. I could use this. You don't have to really. I mean, oftentimes I definitely forget the references I have and just go with the one you want. And like, yeah, like I think that's really cool. You forget them. And then it's almost like writing, right? Like you create little lore in your head and then you kind of just like put it away.
there was when I went to school. No, this was I think before you were in college, but when I went to school, we had a thing that was called the image library uh,
Hmm.
at RISD, and it was pre Google Images. And so you would walk in and like let's say you needed a image of a tiger, you would pull up this list that they had of all the folders, and you would
Oh
say
yeah, I remember that. Like almost like the Getty like type.
yeah, and so it would just be a folder, and they had pulled them all from magazines. And it was you couldn't get 100 shots. Sometimes it would be you'd look up something so specific it would have 10 images in the folder, and that's all you get. And so you didn't have these beautiful references to go from, which I think added a lot of like life to the drawing because you just couldn't rely on a photo.
Yeah,
You had to
it just
match
informs
it together
you.
in your head.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Um, but I understand the value now. I look at it, I'm like, oh man, Google Images, or I mean, you can't. This is for anybody listening that doesn't know this already. You can't just take from Google Images and copy it. But to have a wealth of information in front of us, so
Mm-hmm.
you're like, like if you're looking up the equivalent of the internment camps, if you're looking up like a specific type of building that was there,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you're not going to just go to your library and find lots and lots of imagery of that. You're going to have to search for that.
Yeah.
But it's so much easier nowadays than what it was back in my times, um, back in the olden days.
I think we
Um,
have, I mean, I think we're about the same age because if you're talking about like photo libraries and royalty-free images and Creative Commons type.
well, wait, I don't want to ask age, but
But
you
yeah,
said you grew up in the '90s.
yeah. I mean, I was born in 1984, so I think college for me was like 2000,
Okay, not too far off then. I
early
was
2000s. Yeah.
I was a '77 baby, and
Oh,
so
okay.
I got a little on you, but not. It's not dramatic.
It's
I
not
would have
often I find people with a little on me.
Yeah, I would have assumed that you were like in your like early 20s for some reason.
Oh,
I
I
don't know why
see.
in my mind. Um,
Definitely in maturity some days.
you're feeling the aches and pains at this point already.
Yeah, for sure,
Um,
for sure.
the uh, but just that idea of like the research in those. The other thing that I'm wondering about, like it, how much, because I've done books that needed research, but I also do such a cartoony style for a lot of things. So stuff can get, if it's not accurate, I can chalk it up and just go like, well, that's a silly character. But I feel like there is some level of not photorealism in the work that you do, but there is some level of realism that's built into it with light and
Hmm.
patterns and things where that I don't necessarily get into with my work. But how much of that is something that they push back on or they're very careful about with you, or is it pretty much just do what you do and then face the consequences later?
Yeah, I think it's like that's kind of how I roll, especially. I mean, going back to even the references, it's like do what you do and then tell them. I just get like a comment in the edits, and they're like, yeah, it's not really how it is. So I think with like to answer your first question, like I think with light studies, I think for my earlier books, I didn't think about it as much, but as I got more into picture books and see my art progress and my style evolve, I definitely want to do more kind of like these light treatments and studies because I think it's kind of what inspires me the most. Like it used to be just color, but now it's just like shadow play. And I haven't really gotten a lot of pushback. I really don't think so. And it just kind of let me do it. And I think maybe sometimes I push the shadows too much where everything is just in like shadow, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
It's just
yeah.
like maybe a rim, the ear is in like the hallway light catches the ear and that's it. But then you're like, this is too much. And you're like, oh, you're right.
That,
I think you're
that's how
right.
you get away with all your accuracy in something that's a factual
Yeah.
story. Everything's in shadow.
I
Well,
will
we don't
say a
see
lot of the edits I've gotten have only made the books better, so it's been not frustrating.
we don't see that car and the specific cars. It's in the shadow. It's in the
Yeah,
shadow.
it's in there. It's in there. And they're like, it's really not showy. Like, like this is going to be an uncoated paper. If
Yeah.
it's not a lot of contrast, it's just going to be muddy and like, It's like,
Just
okay,
trust me,
fair.
it's there. It is there.
It is there.
Well, one of the things I was looking at is the Isaac Newton book in particular. It's on a glossier page. Um,
It is,
I don't
yeah.
even think it's a full gloss, but it's lustrous of some sort. And then the other ones are these like really soft tones, and you get such a difference in color in those
Hmm.
as you work.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how much insight, how much say, I guess a combination of those two words, do you have in that sort of situation? Like, have you
When
have you had the choice of what paper, or is that something that is sort of decided for you by said publisher?
I've never run into like a moment where I'm like, I actually want this, because I think I know that, and maybe this is like an artist thing. We all want uncoated paper, right? Um, but it's oftentimes like I think one time I pushed back. I was like, oh, I like the uncoated paper, but then I think they're like, you really? I think the satin, it's not really glossy. Like there's a middle ground. There's a middle coat that's not really always the glossy one that maybe I think we all tend to not like sometimes. But
Yeah.
they're like the colors are really gonna pop in this kind of more satin thing. And honestly, it's not like a hill I die on. I'm like, okay, you know what you're
Yeah.
doing. Yeah.
That's one of the publishers I work with. They do it on Glossy every time, and I remember thinking like, oh, this isn't going to be good. But at the same time, the colors are that much more like rich.
They are.
And so
They can
like
be.
that was their intention, was it needed to be punchy. And so that's why they
Yeah.
did that. But like I think the tactile feel of a uncoated page is quite lovely. And I
Yeah.
get the desire for it. Um, with with the books that you've made, have there been any that have come back that have like really surprised you? And I assume you don't have to say the name of the book, but because I don't want it to be like, oh, this one really sucked when it came back, but more so like sometimes it's really like I've had books that have come back and I'm like really happy, like the color came out different than what I was expecting.
Hmm.
I was okay with it. And I'm wondering, have you had those kind of instances where potentially something surprised you or challenged your perception of what it was going to look like?
Honestly, with the paper, it's been so far not. I don't think I've really encountered that yet. I feel like sometimes I would really want an uncoated paper, and then the colors weren't as I expected. But then I think I really wanted that lust, like that texture and that like kind of tactile thing. So I'm like, it's okay. For me, I'm okay with like some contrast loss because generally when I do color editing in my computer, I tend to towards more like less contrast. If
Yeah.
anything, they encourage me to bump it up sometimes. So I know it hasn't happened yet, honestly. For me, mostly what happens is really like sometimes I'm kind of surprised at the cover. Like, have you ever felt that? Sometimes you're like, oh, or like
Yeah.
the design, the book design. Sometimes I'm like, oh, it's not how I expected this thing to go, but it's a
It's not the end of the world, but
it's not the end of the
yeah.
world, yeah. And it's almost like I do trust them because this is like a different kind of dimension of like marketing and what pops off the shelf, you know?
Yep. I think that is something that took me a while to sort of understand in the industry, is that they they happen to have years of knowledge that I don't.
Hmm.
And so like
Exactly.
when I first started, I was like, oh, this is the way it should look. And they did it in a way that I didn't like. Like I remember the first book that I wrote, um, the cover choice. I had all these covers that I thought were like so good, and they chose the one that was most like straightforward. Here's what the story is. And I remember thinking like, why do you want to give away the story? But then hearing them talk about it, that you know, it's sales wise, it does better
Yeah.
if you actually have the story on the front
Yeah,
cover.
it's like spoilerific.
Yeah. So like yeah, it makes sense. I get it now. Um,
Yeah.
uh, there is a level of like how much I want to be shown on the cover, but I understand that like they know what they're doing. Let's put it that way. And you have to put a little faith in them in that sense.
In the process, yeah.
With
Same way that they put a lot of faith in doing your own thing. It's almost like, all right, this is a different kind of
yeah,
dimension
yeah.
of the whole process, the
They-
bookmaking process.
They're giving me the ability to go and like actually make a book. I can give them uh, the leeway to go and sell the book. Let's put it
Yeah.
that.
And like honestly, like for one of the books that I was like, oh, kind of a, whatever. That's not the background I would think. And then I kept looking at the book cover after a while, and even when I walk past it, it grabs my eye, and I'm like, oh, I love it now. Like I think it's like I just had to let go of my own expectation of what the cover will be.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like, well, the other thing too is I think this is, I don't know if this makes any sense to you at all. The types of books that I make are sometimes not the types of books that I buy, and
Okay.
meaning like I tend to buy really weird foreign books that have like really
Hmm.
covers or like really like avant-garde approaches.
Do you feel
Like
like
that.
you wish you did the books that you bought?
Uh, I wish that I had some inkling of that, but I also understand that that's not who I am. Like I think, you fight against it for so long, and eventually you go, oh, like my true self comes out in my work, and as much as I want to make it look like these other books that are out there,
Hmm.
effectively, that's not who I am. I'm,
Okay.
you know what I mean? Like I go more cartoony than what I
Yeah.
probably have in my head of what I want to
Yeah. Have you ever tried to like pivot and then there's like a sort of a magnet force that brings you back
Pulls
to?
me back all the time.
Yeah, me
I
too.
think on everything I've ever done, I feel like that's true.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, it's I mean, I think it's probably a universal truth for a lot of us that
Hmm.
that sort of happens. Um, but I definitely think that um, I've come to the conclusion, I think now in my life, that not to say that it's a bad thing of any sort, but that there's a type of book that makes sense for me to make versus a type of book that I want to read.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's not a bad in any way, shape, or form.
That's actually very encouraging that you said that because I often definitely don't always want to read the books I've made. Not all of them.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's nothing like. It's not to say that the part of it is, and I don't know if this speaks to your truth either, but part of it is I've been working on that book for so long that like it's the last thing I want to look at. So maybe
Yeah,
I want to read it because of that.
that's true.
But I also think just in general, I want to read things that are going to inspire me, not just mimic what I already do.
Yeah.
And so like I learn things along the way, like aesthetically textural things or whatnot, but maybe not stylistic.
Hmm.
If that makes any sense. Like you mentioned that
Yeah.
idea of those like the soft edges on things. Like I feel like that's a thing that I want to introduce into my work at some point. But that's not a style. That's not a voice or a
Yeah.
vision. That's just a hey, let's get a soft edge and
Yeah.
see what
Yeah.
happens. Um, how did you come about your and I use this word lightly, style and sort of what you do? Is that something that was you know obviously some of it from just being a person and working in the arts, but some of that also
Um,
can be some decision making too along the way.
yeah, I think like there's like when you start, you do have like your favorite artists you look up to, maybe, and then the medium you like. I think the medium I like to work on in greeting cards sort of carried over, obviously, the simplicity. Um, but I think it helps to have like, because I would tell this of my students also, it's like it's not a bad thing to really want to copy someone's style, but I think what the problem is if you only have one
Mm,
that you want to just like copy, I think that's when it does choke out your own voice. But I think if you're synthesizing and you have an amalgamation of seven,
yeah,
so
yeah,
you're deciding for yourself, like, oh, I like this person's color treatment. I like that line work. I don't know if I will actually always do line work, but it's maybe the eyes, I can do the eyes like that, or, um, and then and then your own style kind of shows through. Like, I think, there's not really one unique thing, but I think we are all like a product of like things that inspire us. So I think my style is just like, and I think it's always evolving too. I think my style is like I'm always trying to change it up, and because what inspires me changes.
well,
But there's still that the gravity, whereas like it still looks like mine, even if like I've been told like someone recognized one of my work where I like drastically changed it, but she's like, it looks like yours, In
yeah,
some
yeah.
ways, it was kind of it made me feel good, even if I'm like trying something different.
Well, you want it to be. I always talk about with my students the sinewy tissue, which is a gross way to say this, but that I like the thing that connects, bone to muscle or whatever it is. That the same thing here is you want to have something that links it to your work. If
Yes.
you go too far astray from your own stuff, then all of a sudden it becomes something other, or it becomes something that is, inherently is not yours at that point. And
Yeah.
um, I mean, one of the things that I think about um, with my work all the time is, and I taught a class at one point about this, and I want to hear sort of if you have something akin to this, but a lot of the art that or a lot of things that I do stylistically are not tied to modern day things. They're tied to a yesteryear. Like there's this one painting that is on, and I explained it to students at one point. Like, oh, that makes so much sense. Um, that there was a table, and it had a fruit bowl. And on the left side of the bowl, the table is at one height, the horizon line or the edge of the table. And on the other side of the bowl, it was like 2 inches higher.
Okay.
And it was clearly like a choice. That's someone like Cezanne is not going to mess up and get the the alignment of a table. And so like to me, whenever I do something that is a flat edge like that, I intentionally try to misalign. Like even in you probably can't see this, but
Wait, I think I know what you're saying. Because I've been trying to do this too, where not to do things too perfectly. Is that what you're saying? A little kind of
yeah.
misshapen? Yeah.
So like in this piece that I'm making, I know you can't see it probably because you're
I'm
the way
gonna
the
look
camera's
up.
set up, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
there
see
is
it
a
now.
bedpost in this that if I follow that angle that comes up, it would be here
Yeah.
near the foot, but I purposely threw it off uh, at a different angle because
Mm-hmm.
I find that interesting.
I
And,
do too.
and that's
Yeah,
where
I
I'm
love
like,
that. No, I see what you're saying.
are there things like that in particular that you've done with your own work that you're like, oh, this is my calling card, or this is a thing that, you know, is tied to you that you go, that's a hallmark of who you are. Put it that way.
Oh, let me think.
But it's not just like a, hey, everybody's working in the style, so that's my style kind of situation. That's makes sense, but that idea of like something that is
Uniquely you.
uniquely you versus a approach that other people have had.
Yeah. Let me think about that. I think because I feel like that's something that I feel like other people can point out for me better than I
Yeah,
can.
yeah, probably true.
And like, and it's kind of hard because I oftentimes outgrow the way I draw. So when they point it out, I'm like, I don't want to draw like that anymore.
Yeah,
But um, I think you mentioned color choice early on. I think that's more
yeah.
of a style that I think is very like prominent in the way people recognize my work.
Yeah, you have, like I said, you have a very vintage style. Like it feels like it's. This is gonna sound. I said to someone, who did I said it to, that their artwork looked like it stinks. Meaning like
It
it felt like it was
stinks.
stinks. Meaning like it had this like old vibe to it. Like you'd find it in an attic,
Oh,
and
I
it
love
got that kind
that.
of musty
I
smell.
love that.
And so yours to me feels very much like it's something that has like the equivalent of a newspaper that's yellowed,
Yes.
or like has that sort of it's been around long enough that it has changed its its coloring, not because you made that choice, but because it has this like it's been passed down through generations color wise. If I'm,
Hmm.
like I don't know how to describe that in a way that makes more sense than that, but
No,
you're
I see what you're saying. And I
yeah.
like that you said it has a modern twist to it too. I don't know how I'm making that kind of synthesis, but I think it's like I don't know, man. I think it's like it's hard to explain why, because I think yours kind of have a certain kind of like editorial quality to it that I'm sure you're not always aware you're doing.
Yeah, yeah. The,
Um,
I mean, that's the history is I started out in editorial, so it sort of has I lean towards that. Like when we talked about spreads before, spreads are not my natural go to because I was used to a singular image.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
that one and done kind of situation.
Hmm.
And so there's a inkling of that shows up in all the work. But I just your color choices always feels to
I
me.
wish I had an answer because I was actually prepping for this because I saw in the comments like you asked me that. I'm like, oh, I think I have to prep, but I think it's hard because it's such a thing that I think I just do intuitively. I want to get good at explaining it. I think let me see, like I do
Well,
like to I gravitate towards like a lot of like um sort of sometimes monochromatic base and then I add like a pop of color. I don't know if that's creating the vintage look with because like a lot of vintage look tend to be more warmer and kind of close. Um,
I mean, it's not like you put a sepia hue on the whole thing,
Not even, yeah,
but
it's not even that. Oh, I
but
think it's just like I definitely stay away from certain colors that indicate too modern. Like I don't do a lot of like bright pinks,
yeah, okay,
oranges, a lot of like I think I'm just not into them yet, and so I tend to avoid them. I do love a lot of like yeah, sort of earthy colors, right? Like I think even my greens or even my pinks are earthy. Like I tend to put like a I never want to go full like magenta. I tend to put some yellows in there and
yeah,
get
like
away with it.
a
I
little
do that
touch
a lot
of earth
even with
tone,
like sorry, go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
or is it like a little touch of earth tone or something into
Hmm.
all of
I
them? So,
even I even am stubborn about that. Like even in my greeting card type of work that I do for some clients that would have like this is our color palette. I'm like, okay, thank you. And then I would like the reds in there. I'm like, oh, this is too maroon. I kind of want it orangey. And I would like slightly move the bar a little bit and see if they notice.
The
Sometimes they do.
was I say the thing that like thinking of your work in particular, like yeah, you have like looking at this when cherry blossoms fall, like there's bright pinks and stuff, and they're slightly desaturated
Yeah.
enough, and it's one of those things where like I'm going through this weird like color phase. It's like a midlife color crisis
Yes.
throughout the last few years for me.
It's
Where
a cycle, right?
yeah, when I was in college, I did the same color palette on every piece. And I had this palette that was just like, everybody knew it was mine because I used the same. And it
Uh-huh.
was sort of this muted, desaturated thing. And then all of a sudden now I'm like, okay, how can I fit in other colors that I don't use regularly? And purple is one of those colors that shows up all the time in my work now. And
Are you kind of sick of it?
I used to hate purple.
Wait, so now you love it, or are you kind of circling back to where like, okay, I see it
No,
often and it's time
I,
to retire it?
I kind of love it. I kind of
Nice.
love purple. Um, and I love purple, and I love the secondary colors all of a sudden. Purples,
Mm-hmm.
oranges, stuff that just like I was always primary
Mm-hmm.
this part. And so like all of a sudden I'm like, ooh, this is my
Yes,
new
the secondary colors.
um and I'm wondering like that idea of, part of it is me trying to force it a little bit. But part of it has just been forced so much now that it's become second nature. And I'm wondering in your case, is there like when you do pick your colors, is there a point in which you start to go, oh, I need to not necessarily change the colors, but like, how do I introduce a new color into a palette without it feeling disjointed?
Oh, I think I find that pretty easy. I mean, I don't know how necessarily, but I think I just go for it and then like try to balance it elsewhere. I always represent the color. And are you talking about the layout itself or just like the scheme?
Just the scheme, just the color scheme that you're going with. Like, say you wanted to add bright lemon yellow into your,
Hmm.
like, do you
Oh,
set
like
up
for
for,
example, in this drawing that I'm working on, if I do a purple, um, I think I would probably try to maybe do some like kind of fleshy pinks to kind of like you kind of have to meet halfway with some element, like maybe in a smaller degree, like try to bridge it.
okay, yeah,
But that's probably just a stylistic kind of reluctance to just lean into it and be like, that purple is going to be there. And then maybe, or also another thing is like, for example, this is sunset. If we decide it's sunset and like, let's just do the pink in the back. I think it's just like the way that big color will reflect on the other. Like I assume it will reflect back. So I just kind of put little elements of reflection on the other
okay,
things in the paper.
yeah,
But I think because I work traditionally, oftentimes like it's kind of it happens by accident that you do create these kind of helper bridge colors because you're mixing as you go and you're like, you know, they're kind of meeting halfway because I'm creating like when I mix, some things get mixed in there. You're creating like the in-betweens that you
yeah.
kind of put
It
in
happens
there.
on your palette without you necessarily.
Yeah, it
I
kind of
have that
does.
where I don't know if yours is the same, but like when I work on my palette, I put down the color that I'm mixing, and oftentimes on top of something I've already mixed, and so a little bit of that other thing that I've already mixed shows up. And
Exactly. It's
like
like an underpainting by accident.
yeah, yeah, essentially.
It looks
With
sophisticated that way too, I think. And I also like the way, yeah, because I think I noticed that from your work too. And it's something that's very inspiring is to just like your background is a mixture of different colors. And sometimes it's like this kind of intentional patchiness somewhere.
yep,
And you see the DNA of the palette there.
yeah, I stick to a palette and that's it. Like I don't add other things in, and so you're gonna see little touches of things throughout. I'm wondering with the fact that you do like some of those like not necessarily desaturated, but that vintage feel. Have you had pushback from anybody that comes back and goes, "Hey, can you do this in a different pattern than what you normally do?" Or do they come to you and just know that's what they're getting?
I've
And
actually, I've been thankful, like, I've just been very fortunate. I've never had pushback on my palette. Like, maybe it's just one of those, like, it's too purpley. But then the idea is still there. They see the vision.
yeah,
Sometimes I go a little too crazy with, like, I think I did a book on, like, Egypt. And then, like, I was like, I know it's just going to be, oh no, this is going to be pages of the same color, of just, pyramids and sunset and yellows. And I was like, what if I just, like, I look at, like, a lot of classical paintings or just even, like, fantasy like illustrations that are just like crazy neon sky, like, you know, because sometimes like it's just otherworldly. Like sunset
Yep.
can be all sorts of things, and I would just do like more of a neon thing, and and they one of the pushback was like, this looks kind of like it's like in a nuclear, you know, like from I was like, it
Yep.
looks kind of nuclear. And I was like, you're right. I think this is it got a little too crazy. But
I did
it does work sometimes, you know.
I did a similar thing. There was an editorial gig that I did once, and I was just playing around with color palette, and it's the equivalent of uh, I'm just playing and saying the world can be any color it wants to be. And I made a
Hmm.
character this color, and they came back and said they look like a zombie. And I realized, oh, I made them green skin. Uh,
Yeah,
you know,
I just did
there's
that recently too, green
yeah,
skin.
there's nothing there's nothing wrong with it in certain situations, but it was a very businessy editorial gig, and so
Yeah.
they wanted to make sure it wasn't too weird. And like,
Yeah,
I
you're like,
kept
what do you
doing
mean? This is like a this is like
yeah, this is
corporate Memphis.
yeah. Yeah, that idea though of like we can get maybe a little too excited color wise every once in a while, but at the same time, like there's times where it's necessary, like pushing back against that classic palette of or the
Yeah,
Egyptian palette is probably
exactly.
important. It doesn't look like everything else that's come before it.
Exactly. And it's not, you know, often the pushback isn't really like a an overhaul of the idea. I think it's just like, hey, you kind of like it's too green. I'm like, so I kind of just pulled back on the green, but it was still green. Like recently I did like a park scene for a book, and the people underneath it was going to be in shadow because I love that kind of dappled lighting, you know, and I
In
love when
shadow
like
again, uh-huh. Yeah,
and
I
but so I was like green. I was like, it's gonna be their face is gonna be green because I've
yeah.
seen some stylized drawings that were just like the skin tone is green because it's like, you know, it's just like the shadow. It's like suggested shadow.
Yeah.
But then they were like, they look like it's just their face is green. I was like, okay. I brought it back to like a more kind of flesher, like warmer tone, and it still had the
Yeah.
same effect. So there's no need to confuse people.
I just like the fact that you did just shadow again to hide people. It seems like it's a
I do.
that's your little kid version of not knowing how to draw hands, and so you
Oh,
put
exactly. Yeah, just kind of keep in there.
always everybody's in shadow.
Everything's in shadow. I
You need
just, you know, like I think light study is very like if I can push it, it's like it's fun to keep them in shadow.
I like the idea of like there's a way to actually market that as a like gimmick for a book too, where like there was a time where I really loved the color gray, and I think gray is beautiful, and picture books oftentimes are like we need color.
Hmm.
And I talked to a editor at one point, um, and I was like, yeah, no one wants to do gray. She goes, well, just write a book about it.
Oh, you did?
Like, oh yeah. Like if you write a book about gray, you're allowed to do gray. And
Yeah.
I was like,
You're like, oh, you figured it out.
yeah, that makes so much sense. Why did I not even consider that as an option for this whole thing? Um, and so, I tried to write one. It didn't come out, let's put it that way. But
Yeah.
still, that concept of like, if you wanted to do a book about everything's in the shadows, and it's
Yeah.
like really, really subtle, where you can, sometimes you can make it out, sometimes you can't. It really is good.
Sometimes I think I like that idea. It's
You
there's
can add
different
it.
types of shadows too. I think sometimes shadows highlight, you know. Sometimes you
I
see them more because they're hidden.
that idea of like, it's it's sort of the mystery of it, of
Yeah.
like
Do you remember
the
when you were a
shadow
kid
is
when
a character.
you're sorry, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I was saying the shadow becomes a character. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm
It's
telling
like the agent of the story is the shadow. You know, like if you ever like been afraid in the dark in your room, like sometimes the thing that is obscured in shadow is the highlighted thing.
you. Yes, yep. Is there now? Have you written anything?
I I actually have. It's still not like I just signed it. It's
Okay,
currently it's my first author illustrated. I'm very excited about it. Um, it's about like I don't know, like it's called Soup of Bones. Um,
okay. Is it?
it's about bones in the shadow. No, I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
is it for kids?
It is for kids. It is kind of creepy, I guess, but
Yeah, that type.
um, it's a slasher film. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But it is like I've always wanted to do creepy children's book. It's the kind of stuff that I really liked
Oh,
growing up. and I feel like a lot of people also agree with me.
Yes. Yeah. No, no,
Um,
the 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 word bones in there. I mean, I have ideas for picture books that should never become picture books because uh they're too not necessarily dark, but like little kids just won't.
do they die?
Yeah, they just won't get it. I forget what it was that I had the other day that I was thinking like um would be a funny picture book. Oh, it was I wanted to do an illustration of a butterfly. You know the old like timey, hey, I got a watch inside my raincoat or a watches that I could sell you.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to do that, but with a butterfly. But then I realized,
Oh,
like,
like a butterfly that's kind of a scam artist.
yeah,
Like that.
the
Yeah,
problem
I
is
love that.
that's dependent on you understanding or knowing the idea that there are people out there that would sit there with like a raincoat or a trench coat with, you know, watches inside of them, and that's
Sometimes they
not.
don't have watches in there though, you know?
Yeah,
Sometimes.
well, oh yeah, that's not. But just that idea of like it's a
Yeah.
old timey cartoon gimmick from our era,
Yeah, exactly.
but little kids probably don't know it anymore because that's
That
just
is true. That is true.
it's the old sand what is it the not sand pit quicksand thing where like we all grew up thinking quicksand was going to be a problem in our life,
Yeah.
and then
Yep.
it wasn't. um
Yeah,
and
it
so,
used to traumatize us for
yeah.
sure.
Are there with is with the book coming out, do you know when it's due to release?
I think it's God, I'm really bad at remembering the dates, but I think I'm working on the final art next year, early next year, I think. So
Okay.
maybe like the end of that year. But it's about like what was I gonna say? It's about this girl who like it's based off of like, you know, the soup that I like growing up. It's like bone broth based. And like so she invites her classmate for dinner and it's the whole thing where there's a lot of like, you know, like shame in like immigrant food
Oh
movies.
yeah.
Because I didn't grow up here, so obviously it's not my direct experience, but I definitely know from my cousins and like, you know, maybe a lot of that kind of like gap of experience feels more palpable to me because I'm like, why are you so ashamed of this? And then I learn, you know, because I don't have that same thing, but I'm able to offer like a kind of different point of view. But so it's that kind of like inherent shame that she's put through, but then the cool thing about this story, like she leans into it and actually like owns that because I think like they all think like the grandma who's like responsible for cooking is like must be a witch or something, and the classmate she invites is kind of scared, and so she sort of like leans into it and actually scare him. You're like, actually, yeah, we will eat you. It's
You'll
kind of
be
like
our
that.
bone broth for the night. Yeah.
Like yeah, so it's kind of a developing manuscript still, but like yeah, that's the working idea that inspired me to do this.
I dig
I
it.
do have other ones too that I've been working on. It's but I haven't really gotten around to making the dummy yet.
I like the idea, but I just it's one of those. I always, you know, it's there's people who have been on who are solely like illustrator author. They've never done work for someone else, but and then there's people who have never written anything, and the idea of like your first venture into it is always
Ah,
daunting, but also like exciting because you just, you know, you never had that much say on a project until then. Um,
yeah,
with
I'm definitely excited. Like it's definitely it was like a learning experience to try to even finish the whole thing and to create like a book dummy because to have both control and text and art is was new to me and it was in a way confusing because you're like, oh, I shouldn't have oh no, I have to say that. I have to draw this because it's on the text or like, oh wait, maybe I can change the text. I can because I wrote this,
yep,
you know, it's like,
yep. That's I'm working on a pitch idea right now, and you know, not necessarily right now, but and it is one where I have I'm sketching out the pages, and as I do it, I'm going back and like, okay, I can change this word to this and that word to that, and I don't need this whole sentence. And so it is this like uh, fluid
it
sort of
is fluid.
thing across the board, and you
It's
don't.
back and forth too. It's
Yeah,
back and forth.
it probably won't settle until a much later point. Uh, like right before I send it will probably be the time that it actually locks in of some sort.
That's
Um,
the beauty of like 'cause you wrote it yourself, so like you can take all the last minute shifts that you can because it's like
mhm.
your own story.
Until you show it to someone else, it's still in play.
Hmm.
Um, now with the agent that you have, how did you come across agent?
When I was doing my first picture book with Innovation Press, I wasn't like represented, and then after that book, I was like, I asked her, I just kind of asked her, I was like, hey, do you know of an agent that you like working with? And she introduced me to Alex, who works at Bright, and she was my first agent there. And then sort of just kind of got moved around, and then I started working for like um, it was just like I just got moved around in the same agency. Like I worked with Freddie at some point when she eventually went to like a maternity leave. So like Susan Penny was the one who like filled in for her, and then I just really just liked her. So like even when Freddie came back, I was like, like we really built a rapport. So we just
Yeah.
sort of stayed. But yeah, I've been just mostly stayed in. I've mostly just stayed in Bright, and I've really liked it so far.
With now, are you with Bright US or Bright
I
uh, England or?
uh I think I'm Bright US, but Susan is based um in more like she goes to the Bright UK one.
Yeah,
So I don't know how that works. I think I'm Bright US.
I'm gonna assume you are too. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think
It's
I am.
I mean it could
I'm
be
pretty sure I am actually.
it's one of those ones where like it probably doesn't even matter at this point.
Yeah,
I
I
just know.
definitely get way more like US projects.
Do you get emails that talk about tea time all the time? Because I would probably get
No, no.
if, yeah. We only take our emails at this time of day. Uh, like,
Is
oh,
that true?
that tells you something.
Yeah.
Um, but with before when you were doing the card stuff, so everything was essentially you managing every single bit of it.
Hmm. It was like it definitely takes a toll on you because it's like you're doing a less designing, which was what you enjoyed.
Yeah.
And then so that's what I like about because unless you like reach like a certain level of like business where size where you can hire people, but like that takes a lot of like there's a jump that does you don't always get to jump into just working in a small scale. You have to have like an investor, to create like the infrastructure for that. I think for me, probably maybe wasn't even my calling. At some point I was just getting fatigued, and like what I love about picture books is like I feel like I lost your question, but yeah, I do. I always feel like there's so much time to do art because that's all I'm doing. It's like I never have to veer too far away.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you lose a question, okay, I'm not sure that I keep up with everything that I ask either
Hmm.
during all of these. And so if you shift topic or whatever, I say have fun. Uh,
Okay.
answer what you want to answer, and we'll roll with it. Um, the one of the things I like to ask people too is just sort of the tangential, like outside of what is your go to? I mean, you mentioned the idea of like getting out in nature and where you are, but is there like a non art related hobby that has
Mm,
become your thing?
an art, non-art. I mean, I like cooking a little bit. I'm not very good at it. What else? Oh, I
Is,
mean, I guess what else do I do?
do you have a partner there of some sort?
A partner? I
A,
do,
a
but
relation?
I like to do jujitsu. I think that's the kind of thing that I like to do, and it kind of has taken a hold of me when I was very new at it because it's like a new obsession, sort of like.
Are you?
Um, Go ahead. Sorry.
Jiu-jitsu is the one where like you grapple the whole time.
Hmm. Oh yeah, you grapple. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. The one where like people
Sorry.
start out their competition on the floor, like on the
Yeah.
yeah,
Sometimes like
yeah.
it's a whole debate and like where some people like to do like more kind of traditional wrestling. I'm struggling with these Dixie cups, guys. I'm sorry. um, but like yeah, it's something that I do. I used to do it way more often than I did do now. I think I used to train like 4 or 5 times a week, and then it does take a toll because like art it requires a different kind of vitality. Even if like I'm not physically exhausted, if my brain is, it's really hard to do work. So I had to make adjustments there. And but yeah, it's still something I fairly do often. Like I go twice a week if I could, every week.
Have you injured yourself to the point where like art making is hard? You
Um,
injured, your drawing hand or
I've definitely injured a hand, but so far not my left hand. I've just been lucky.
oh
I think I ruined my like some one time I like put my hand on the mat and I moved too quickly and I just kind of like moved these things too violently. But it was like my right hand. I was like, thank God.
I didn't
Um,
even, I didn't even notice until just now that you're a lefty, which is
yeah,
like
are you lefty too?
no, but you live in Smear City. You're
I
in
know, and it's also like not very good for like overhead um process shots because I'm constantly blocking the view.
wait, what? How
I
so?
feel like I'm like because I feel like it would be so much better if you guys were watching it like this, you know? Like
Oh, okay, I
as
got you.
opposed to doing it like this where I'm like kind of crowding it constantly.
Got you.
Unless I do it like this, I guess. Um
I
yeah, and then what else? Like what do you is there anything that you like to do outside art?
uh I have oh well sleep. I'll win.
Sleep? Oh yeah. Oh.
Take that any day. The
Oh my God. No, for sure. I love sleep. Like it's something
sleep
I'm very good
11.
at it.
Count me in. No, I'm trying to get into racquetball again.
Okay.
I played when I was little, but like
You're not one of those pickleball types?
pickleball. Pickleball could probably be fun, but racquetball, you have to play the angles. Like you have to understand geometry of like it's gonna bank off this wall and that ceiling, and there's some weird like math part of it that I like. Where
Oh, I see.
pickleball is like something about a net bothers me. Well,
Why? What do you mean?
well, just the idea that like if you don't hit it over the net, it doesn't work. But in
Oh, see,
racquetball, like if you hit the ceiling and then it hits the front
you're
wall, you're
still
okay.
alive. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're good to go still. Oh,
Uh,
okay. I see what you mean.
but as far as like hobby, I don't think so. My parents, they don't want to hear this. So if they're listening to this one, turn this off. Um, my dad is a big time woodworker.
hmm
Like he absolutely spent 90% of his time working in his wood shop. And every time I go down there, I like turning bowls on those lathe. Uh,
Okay. Turning bowls?
yeah, so like it's a big uh, how do I describe it? You take a block of wood and you attach it to this thing and you spin it really really fast,
Okay.
and then you take blades to it and you carve the bowl by pressing the blade in, and so you essentially like it spins so fast that it cuts everything evenly
hmm
uh, around the edge, and it's called turning.
Okay.
But I really enjoy doing that when I'm down there, and so they bought me a lathe that they ended up one that was like a repurposed one or something of the sort. And I had to set it up, but it's one of those things where like it's almost like pottery, like doing ceramics, where like you end up with this object in the end that is functional. Uh,
Yeah.
that's kind of I don't know. I like that kind of uh, gist that comes with that, but.
Wait.
I,
Why did you worry? Why were you worried that your parents would hear it? Like, what was?
because they got it for me a long time ago, and I still haven't set it up. They got it for me back in October, and I haven't set it
Uh-huh.
up.
Oh, I see.
And so I'm afraid they'll listen to it and be like, "Oh, you've spent all this money getting this thing for you as this nice present, and you've done nothing with it." Uh,
He's like, hey, all in good time. Like sometimes like it takes time for you to pick up on it and it'll happen
yeah,
when it's the right time.
yeah. It's also it requires some pretty hefty setup,
Oh, I
uh,
see.
and like you have to balance it and do all this stuff. And I've been too busy, and this summer I'll try to do it. But like
Oh, you
uh,
say.
other hobbies though, like I'm just not. I don't know. I don't sleep is the one. That's the if I could sleep every day for long periods of time, man, count me in. Um, what's your schedule like for working? Like, are you are
Uh,
you a are
I
you a
like
late?
to work pretty regularly. I mean, it's tough because like I said, I do love my sleep also. And, you know, and I like to say, I don't know if I'm making excuses, but, you know, I'm 40, turning 42 now. I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm a little sleepy because of my age. I don't know. Um, um,
You're allowed.
yeah. And like, I think so. I try to be up around 9, 8. but it's a whole different thing when you're up and you're out of bed. And I do try to put in the time during the days because I train in the evening. And sometimes when I don't train, I try to lift because, like bone density as you get older, try to be stronger there and it prevents me from injuries. So like my work schedule is I try to keep it as like how everyone else is. Like I used to be one of those artists that are like, when I was married before, because I was married to also an artist, and so we would just like we both work from home, and our days were like we work till 3 a.m. and there was no structure.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the structure, and I think I do like that, but it's harder now that when I have other hobbies and I want to make space for them, I kind of have to be like everybody else, and I like that. I think when you don't give me any structure, I kind of really go nuts and go all over the place. So I do love working around a constraint. So I think that I'm working on trying to really get in a lot of the work during the day. If I do need to nap, I have to also be disciplined about my napping. It's like not like be back in bed, but just be on my phone and actually not even getting the nap I needed and not even getting the work I'm doing.
Yep. No,
So it's a lose-lose.
That's the downside is every time I go to nap, there's at least a good like 15, 20 minutes of like, oh, let me just see what's on social.
Oh, and there's always something on.
And it's always the like stupidest thing. I got addicted at one point to watching some cheese shop in Beverly Hills where they like open up different wheels of cheese and sample for people. And I watched like easily an hour of cheese videos. And
just
like
wheeling the cheese.
Yeah, I did not need that one bit at all.
You probably needed just like about like 5 minutes of that to wind you down, but then that's an infinite scrolling for you, It's like now you have to watch the next one.
Yeah, but it's cheese, so it's like there's value in it for me.
There is. I love cheese. I mean, but everything in moderation for sure.
Okay, so now that we're on the topic, I forget we had a conversation about cheese with someone at some point. We're on the cheese topic. We're allowed to go there. Food-wise, there's that stupid like question of you have the ability to have one food for the rest of your life. What are we having?
Oh my God. I mean, I like steak.
Steak, interesting.
I don't know. I mean, this is a tough one. I've been asked this before. Honestly, I like that soup that I made a picture book about. And it's actually like I guess, like a bone broth, like beef soup. So I do love beef, I guess, because I do love protein. But I like it because it has everything in it. It has like potatoes. It has like vegetables in it too. It has like, and it's soup. So you can kind of have, there's starch, but there's also soup and you can eat it with rice. And then it's not just like a one thing. I can eat that forever. It's called nilagang baka. It's like a Filipino dish, and I would eat that.
What does it translate to?
I think it's probably like the closest thing people could think of is like maybe pho, but without the noodles. You swap it out with like maybe, and I mean honestly maybe not. Like there's just so many things in it like that wouldn't be in pho.
I mean more like the name of it. Does it actually mean bone soup?
It actually means I think it's just boiled beef.
Okay.
That's actually the translation of it. It's not very like compelling or appetizing.
Well, the reason
translated like that.
There was
but we put all sorts of things in it. Like you can put plantains on there, and my dad used to like to put like a slice of chorizo there. It's the Spanish chorizo one that doesn't fall apart. It's more kind of sliced sausage. So there's ways to do it that could be like different per household, but I think that's just been my favorite. And it's one of those underrepresented dish, when you go to the States here, like you don't often see that in like the food carts, but it's like a comfort food for me. So yeah, that would be the food I would like to eat.
That idea of like the title of bone broth soup, I was like
soup of bones.
Well, yeah. Well, no, more so like I understand the idea of like you put bones in for the broth and like you get the flavors of it or whatever, but I was wondering like was there anything in it? Because there's the like what is it?
There's definitely like soy sauce, like peppercorn, obviously the marrow.
Yeah,
what else? Cabbage.
I was gonna say there's stone soup, which is like has,
Oh, I love that story.
yeah, where it's like, oh, it's got nothing in it, and then people add stuff to it, and I didn't know if it was something where like there was inherently something built into the soup
There's
beyond
definitely a
the,
lot of weird stuff in it. I think the whole thing is that there are a lot of stuff in it that most people probably in like Western culture they wouldn't be familiar with, and then
yeah. Okay.
active imagination can think that's like an eyeball or whatever.
Yeah, I got you. It's there was a relative, well, my brother's ex-wife at one point, we were playing categories. Uh,
Uh-huh.
the game categories?
Sorry, what is it?
Categories?
No, I've never heard of it. It's like a
It,
card game?
yeah, well, it's a game where like they give you you have a board that has like a food and a place and like all these different categories, and then you take a letter and you have to list out as many things as you can underneath that letter. And so,
Mm-hmm.
if you had the letter S and you had food, you would say soup or something like
Okay.
that. But she put down ranch sandwich.
So
And
how would you categorize that one?
well, the problem we had was a ranch sandwich. She was implying a sandwich that has ranch on it. But to me, that's not a ranch sandwich. That's a sandwich with ranch. So, like if it had like ham on it and you put ranch dressing on it, it's a ham sandwich.
She said ranch sandwich. So
Yeah,
like that implies the filling is just ranch.
ranch. And that's why I was asking about the bone broth soup. Was like, is there more in it besides bone broth, or is it truly just
I
bone
mean, it's
broth?
just the soup base is primarily like bone broth, but I think um and and like the chunk of bones that require to cook this is it dominates the pot. So it's
Yeah,
like there's bones. But there's definitely a lot more to it. Like even the sauces are going to be the major players for flavor.
yeah. The it's it was a technicality that I was trying to like figure out like in my head like, oh man, I don't know. I need more thick things than bone for me to eat it. But there's
Yeah.
a question here I want to get to that I want to make sure I didn't miss. Actually, there may be a couple that I may have missed. Um, so okay, this one's a good one because I think we always. So the question is,
Wait, is this from the chat? I'm sorry I'm
yeah,
missing them, but I'm glad that you're
yeah.
picking up on them.
No, this one says, what advice would you give to a young self-taught artist like my kids? They're 9 and 7 to help them stay motivated and confident as they are learning and experimenting. And why I like this question is oftentimes we get that question of like, how do you start a career? But this is like, you know, a kid.
How to
The
stay motivated.
yeah, like it's not about right now. It's not a hey, you need to go make a
How
living.
to monetize this.
Yeah, yeah, it's it's less about that and more about just like how do you keep doing what you're doing. And so if throwing that question at you, is there advice that you would give in that situation?
I'm also interested in what you have to say also, but from my experience, I mean I've definitely lost motivation and I've taken wide art gaps in my life, and I think knowing that that's okay, like especially as you're younger, other interests will find you, um, but not to kind of label it as like I've quit art, you know, because I think that will always be something that will draw you back in. I think it's like, um, but for me, I think it's like the constant like not I don't want to say the constant practice, but I think gosh, I don't know. Let me think.
It's a tough one because like the business side, I can very quickly come up with here's
Because
what you
I could say like, hey, keep practicing,
yeah, but there's
have goals. I think like for me, like media and storytelling and TV and movies have really kept me. It's what brings me back to art. I think even if it takes on the form of writing, it's not always visual art, but like even like I don't know, like when I consumed fan fiction, that was still kind of like creative in nature heavily, and and it leads to like creating art for things that you like. Staying motivated is also like surrounding yourself with people that are very supportive. Like, you know, there's a lot of shame when you're young that you like things are dorky, and I know fandom has gotten way more popular now, but I think there's still some pockets of judgment in there.
uh-huh.
Um, Find your community, I think, and like it's so fun to also create with friends. I think I often find that like self like it's just you motivate each other, and there's definitely a lot of synthesis that happens when you create with friends and create a community. It doesn't feel like you're practicing because you're hanging out and creating. These are the things that I find motivating, but also like, because we consume movies and TV shows and stories in general. I think there's many ways to be an artist. I think if you're an illustrator, um, to always be conscious where it, because I think inspiration happens all the time, but I think a lot of people, especially when you're younger and not as experienced, you don't oftentimes notice it's happening. You just sort of like interface with it. But I think as a professional, you kind of know, oh shit, I got excited there. I saw something I want to copy. You know what I mean? Like you're more a
Yeah.
little bit more attuned, but I think it happens when you're kids too. Or like even when you're a young professional, um, to kind of know that that's something that will happen. Like I think to kind of watch out for it, and you're like, oh, this is something. Like, why do I like this cartoon? Like I watch it a lot, and like, and how do I think always, yeah, I think to always know that that's something like there's so many ways that can grab you, and also like to kind of let story guide you to in your craft. Like I think it doesn't always have to be like this grand opus that you have to work on, especially when you're a kid, but like just tiny little bites of story that grab you when it comes to storytelling, even amongst friends. I think it's avenue for art, and it's a great way to stay motivated. It's just
Sort
like
of.
explore that. I
You,
don't know.
you,
What is yours?
well, I was going to say, to sort of summarize a little bit of what you're saying, or the way that I would sort of interpretate. There you go, close enough. Is um, to analyze or to be reflective of what you like and why you like it versus just the arbitrary, this is cool. Like what is it specifically about that you like? My advice honestly for that sort of how to stay motivated is to get rid of as best you can the idea that you have to be good.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. I think,
Like
it's okay to also like it because it's cool, but I think, yeah, what I think there's something to marry between those two things you said. Because like when you are just inspired by like bite-sized little things from TV or just things from what your friend said that you want to make an art for, it's exploratory. It doesn't have to be, like you said, an opus that you don't have to really
yeah.
be very good at it already. It's just like there is an invitation to just like explore. I think, yeah, you don't have to be good at it. And you know what? Even if you actually become really good at it, like we never really think we're good at it. So better get used to that feeling.
The idea that I enjoy, or I shouldn't say that I enjoy, but that I know what I'm doing and everything's perfect all the time is rare. And
Yeah.
the idea that all of us started out somewhere. It's like parent thing. Like everybody was struggled at first, but there are resources where you can find where people really struggled. But I think for a kid in particular, like that idea of learning how to critique themselves. So learn
Hmm.
how to spot when they're doing something that needs improvement and to be honest with themselves.
Yeah.
But also that idea of just like letting go and knowing that this is gonna sound so weird. A good majority of artists, I think, are trying to get back to that point in their life when they were 7 or 9,
Hmm.
single ages, uh, and like the freedom that they have to draw without necessarily all the structure and the history and the training and all the
Yeah.
things that have been embedded in us. Like if I could go back and draw like I was 9 years old again,
Yeah. What
there's
was the kind of stuff you drew when you were 9?
uh I have to go back and look, but I have some drawings that are historic that are from that era, and it was a lot of like not necessarily stuff that I would draw today subject wise, but some of the like choices being made were so interesting. Like to get my brain wrapped around like, oh, that's what I thought was a good cropping on a
Yeah,
piece.
yeah.
And now I'm like, oh man, I would do anything if I could just crop like that without having to purposely try for it. And so there's moments like that. But I drew a lot of fire engines at some point.
Hmm.
It's
Hmm.
not like a go-to, but I think close to a firehouse.
That's a very boy thing, and I like that a lot. Like, I grew up. I had a classmate who did like, cause there was like a part when I was 6. I went to co-ed school, and this one kid, this boy, kept drawing just like abs, like really muscular Ninja Turtles, but like he really went off on the abs. Like those were the muscles that he really enjoyed a lot, and he would just sometimes just draw abs. And I think that's the kind of thing too that I maybe like now I'm realizing I can answer this question better. I think it's like, yeah, you don't have to be good at it. It doesn't have to be like this complete creative brief. Doesn't have to be an end product. Like a lot of the early drawings I did were really mostly self-soothing in nature.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot of like not abs, but I remember drawing like maybe it could be like I don't know if I could like I'm just drawing like oh like I would love to have a desk like this with like a lampshade, and then I'm like, oh, imagine if there was a window there. Oh, a
Yep.
dollhouse, and then like, ooh, and then this is the walk-in closet, and then even if like the layout didn't make sense, like it was kind of stacked, I just kept adding to it, where it was like, oh, and then like there's like a tea table here where all my friends would like, this is the door, and they will come in through here, and then this is like the four-poster bed, and it would just at the end of it, the paper would just look like icons basically. It didn't make sense in a kind of like perspective kind of way, but it was like very self-soothing.
The I like the idea of like the house planning.
Yes, it sounded like interior design.
Well, I had similar things where like I had rules about like what I wanted my house to be at that age. Like there was a point where
Yes.
I didn't want stairs. I wanted a trampoline. And so in order to get up to the second floor, you had to bounce high enough.
Yeah, I see the vision. I see
Yeah,
it.
it's pretty cool. Except
Yeah,
my age now, and the thought of getting on a trampoline
on our knees. Yeah.
is haunting. Yeah.
I mean,
Um.
apparently it's good for us. Apparently, like for bone density, it's
Yeah.
like.
You're,
But yeah, no, I like that. It's like planning, but you're drawing, and it feels really good. It feels like it's art. It really is like you're doodling. And a lot of the doodling I did too were from my friends. Like in school, they would be like, "Hey, can you draw me this character?" And I would just like do it for them. And
yep.
we went to, like I said, all girls school, and they were like, "Can you draw me a cute volleyball player like we could all have a crush on?" I'm like, "I got you, girl." And I draw like a girl with a cute short hair, and like she looks like the varsity. Like, I don't know, things like that. And obviously, it's very anime leaning, as we all tend to when we were young. Oh, that's another thing too. Like, there's a lot of like shame in like. I remember when I went to art school, out of. I mean, maybe there's some obviously like good reasons for it, so I'm not going to speak to like because it's not my industry, but I
Yeah.
definitely felt like there's a lot of like do not draw like anime if you want to get into like a career in concept art, for example. And
Yeah.
that's a whole discussion I'm not going to get into because I don't really know a lot about that. But I imagine as like when you're younger, that's kind of like the earliest thing that gets you into art is like cartoons you like, and I think that's okay. Like I think it's because I started in anime too, and I don't draw like an
Yep.
anime person, so it's like it's
Yep.
okay to like. I remember I just copied all my Sailor Moon stationery, and sometimes I just trace them, and like there's a lot of shame in tracing also when you're young. Even it's okay to trace, and
There's shame even to this day with students that I have of tracing their own work.
oh
Like
no way,
like having a photograph that they took and then being like, well, I trace that. And it's like, you took the photograph.
yeah,
Yours. You're allowed to do whatever you want with it.
mm-hmm.
But there's still that perception that somehow that is
Oh,
bad.
there's also like somehow also similarly like referencing. There's a lot of like it's a weird flex for some people. I've encountered artists in like when I went to school and like they're like, oh, I did this tree and I didn't look for a
Yeah.
reference. I'm like, well, I can tell, And
Cool.
that's not a flex. Like it would look so much better. There's some nuance that you miss out on if you also reference once in your life.
Yeah. There's no limbs on your tree. It's just a straight line up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like yeah. It looks like yeah. Like exactly. Like all there's three limbs every time you draw a tree. It's like same
Yeah.
exact trunk. You know. It's the
Uh,
same thing as like saying like, oh, look at me, I can balance a spoon on my nose. It's like there's nothing wrong with referencing. I think it's like yeah, like because you want to like I think when you're a kid, like also like I bet you that's a big because I remember when I can. It's such a big boon to my confidence that I can draw Sailor Moon, but actually there's a lot of help. But then eventually you get good at not needing the help. But I think it's early on, it's like to set yourself up for success is really a good investment.
your Sailor Moon was my Tiny Toons.
Tiny
Like,
Toons, which
like,
one? It's a
uh,
whole
the
cast.
the Roadrunner was the one that I was particularly drawing. I can't remember what it looks like at all now, but I
Oh, I
remember
see.
asked by a lot of people to draw Roadrunner, and then I
Oh,
would
wait, is that the coyote? Or is he coyote? Is
no the
Roadrunner
Roadrunner,
French?
the one with the little like swirl on his head. Uh,
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's Wile E. Coyote and the
We
Roadrunner.
definitely are showing people here that we need a colonoscopy season.
Oh, I've already had mine.
Oh, you already had yours?
Yes,
Nice.
yeah, I
Was
haven't.
it pretty crazy? Like, do you have, sorry, go ahead and talk about
No,
it.
this is fine. This is fine. This is the adult hour.
Yeah.
um, well, are you due soon? Is that?
What is it? Were you saying?
I said, are you due soon? Is that the?
No, no. But I recently did like my breast exam,
Mm,
mammogram, I guess. Not breast exam, mammogram. That was fun. It wasn't like it's not like as scary as they used like it's not like painful. Like I think the machine has changed now. They have the new ones that don't like smush you.
let me ask my wife upstairs what she says about.
But yeah. But no, for sure like the early cartoons definitely help us. It
Yeah,
like
it's we all had our like our thing, and I was that boy in middle school where people would be like, Can you draw a lady that got a
can you
big
do a lady with
yeah or like
the
big butt or whatever? And I'd be
Yeah,
like,
can you
yeah,
can you draw Rogue? You know what I mean?
yeah, that was a very good poll there. With
Yeah.
I was one of those kids that had like back and this is gonna sound really creepy for anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about. Image at one point when I was a little kid put out a swimsuit edition comic, and it was
Wait,
all
wait, wait,
there.
wait. Say that again. You made a swimsuit, a cartoon swimsuit edition
No, they had one Image comic
of what?
of their characters in swimsuits.
Which one? Who did?
Image comic, so it was like all
Oh,
their
that's weird.
it's I found it in my
Like a pinup calendar thing.
yeah, and
Okay.
I don't remember if I purposely bought it or if it like came with a collection of
It just
stuff.
I accidentally showed up in my bedroom pinned on the
Yeah,
wall.
yeah. It just it was I was just outside, fluid in my face, and I didn't know what to do with it. But there's some like creepy stuff out there like that was for for a what 13-year-old boy was like perfect timing to have that kind of stuff around. Uh, this got real. We talked about mammograms. We talked about
Yeah, that
swimsuit
tends to
comics.
happen.
We're going there tonight.
We
Um,
are.
but okay, I'm gonna shift us topic wise because I wanna delve into. Is that a color I painted tonight? No. I want to ask a couple other questions that are sort of like art adjacent. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Best way I can sort of describe it at this point, which is thinking back to sort of your childhood and the experience you had growing up, and now you're at this point where you're in this industry that is so like kid oriented. Is there things that you think like um I mean obviously you want to make a book that's for you or what
Hmm.
like um a book that would appease your child self, let's put it that way, but are there subject matters or things that like looking back you're like, oh, this is the book that I really need to make someday because it is quintessentially like me as a kid? Like obviously like if you're illustrating other people's work you don't always have to think,
Hmm.
oh, that's what I want to you know
Yeah, I think I still think about that. I think the super bones come a little closer to that, but I think mostly there's still things that I wanna not because like there's another idea that I wanna eventually do, but I think it's a little further from me as a kid. You know, I think it's more of like a feel goodsy. I don't think I really gravitate towards feel goodsy things as a kid, but I think if I was gonna do one, like I think a lot of yeah, a lot of like sort of little nook comfort despite the crazy world out there type of scenario, or even like bunker life.
because of is that because of like this is getting into therapy all of a sudden, but is that
Not really, actually. It's nothing to do with like my childhood. I think
uh,
I just love little nooks and like, how do I, because you know, when you're a kid, I mean, we all did this. Like, hey, if like, how do we make potatoes if we can't like go outside? Is there a way we can do it indoors? And then you know how you used to do this with your kid when you're with your friends when you were a kid when you create forts and like, okay, and then and then maybe the water is going to be like inside this thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like you all come up with like a device to kind of create like a like a like
Self-sustaining.
self-sustaining little thing as a child, like, you know, and then we're just gonna live off pizza. But then no, but then this microwave is a magic microwave that can come up with any food we want. Like we just go a little crazy there because you can feel the anxiety of like, oh, we're gonna run out of resources. We better like bring up some kind of magical thing out of that, which is like the magic microwave. Like there's something about Harry Potter that really, in some ways, I remembered when I was like reading it. They're like, oh, and this bag is like it looks like a normal bag, but you can put so many things in it. It's a bottomless pit of a bag. I'm like, things like that are just sort of like it kind of hacks the plot a little bit more, where you can have more freedom. I think it's very like there's a certain kind of like it's therapeutic, like, you know, because you're anxious, like the world is limited and it's out to get you, but you have this magic thing.
And you want a book that can kind of allow you to
Yes.
explore that magic or explore that.
Honestly, you asked me this question now, and so like, yeah, it's kind of new for me to realize, like, oh my God, like I do.
Like
Maybe I
not
will.
escapism or like a
It
way
is escapism, yeah, for sure.
escapism in the best way possible though too. It's not
Hmm.
escapism because like you're solely trying to hide away and that's
Or
it.
like dissociate.
But
Yeah, no, not
yeah,
at all.
escaping so you can do this thing that allows you to be live in your it's the what's the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, like a way
Yeah.
to like transport yourself to a new environment.
Yeah,
That'll,
because I think a lot of that is like obviously from childhood, like I had a happy household, but I was probably always really bored, you know, like um embarrassed of your parents, you know, and like maybe like you don't want to be who you are at some point when you're going through middle school or whatever. You wish you
yeah,
could escape, and so I'm sure there's some, yeah, like psychology tendrils of that there where you're like, and guess what, you can, you know, and like, you know how like I think that's why a lot of young people, like girls especially, want to really gravitate towards the story of like Anastasia, to be like, I could be someone's long lost princess. You know.
hey, it registered with me too. I wanted to be along. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, like what if I was just like the savior of the world, but I'm so young and stuck in this boring suburban home and everyone's waiting for me to bust out of here. Um,
I mean,
it's a little bit, it's all of that. I think it's all of that. Like I think it's a lot of like, yeah, the escapism in the best way. Like even in my dreams, when I have bad dreams, I somehow control it because I get so stressed out. So I like there's always a point in the plot of my dreams, even when I sleep, that I like, nope, you're gonna fly now. Upwards.
I
Away from
remember,
like the lion that's eating everybody. It's like,
I
how am
remember
I
I
flying? Your
had
purse. Your purse is gonna take you.
I remember I had dreams when I was little, a lot of like over and over, and one of them in particular was that like I was really good at karate, and it afforded
Nice.
all this like not necessarily that I would like go and beat people up or anything of the sort because that's karate, meant to be defensive,
It's
um,
fine.
but more so like I was a skinny little twig as a kid.
Okay.
It gave me this like, oh, I have confidence in my dreams. And
Yes.
that idea of like, whether it be for this magical microwave or whether it be for the ability to just feel like you are safe because you could, protect yourself or whatever it may be,
Mm-hmm.
I think is a valuable thing that you could probably get a lot of buy-in, a lot of folks
Yeah.
that would totally understand and get what you're trying to sell. Yeah. Um, were you a not just artistic kid, but were you someone who was like a go-getter of any sort when you were little, or were you kind of,
No, definitely not.
I
I
mean,
think I was very shy.
you're the oldest, right, of your siblings?
Hmm.
Okay. It's one of those ones where like I always think of the oldest as being the like has to go out there and do things first, and so
I
they
mean, in some ways, like in my family, I could be the most assertive. I think, like, I mean, because I went through stages, obviously. As a kid, I was just very shy. Like, it's almost like I think we were all of us crippled in with shyness. I think my dad was a very quiet man, and obviously was also harsh on when people spoke out. So maybe that's part of it. But
Mm.
we became more shy. I kind of grew in my own time. I think I became more assertive. I found my people, and so in some ways I also became the go-getter. And for some reason there was a weird power dynamic shift in the household where like I was able to be the go-getter kind of person in the family also. Um, and so I don't know, it wasn't always like I was like very mute and shy, but yeah, there was like a lot of like the firstborn thing also kind of kicked in later as I became a teenager, you know.
Right.
But definitely as a kid, I was just like school was just kind of scary sometimes, you know, because teachers can be very strict.
Were the I mean, obviously, you probably don't have a comparison, but growing up in the Philippines, was that a strict? I mean, if you're saying you went to an all-girls school, that makes me think of like Catholic school.
But yeah, it was definitely Catholic school.
Yeah, where like, yeah, there can be some strictness involved.
There's definitely
Uh,
a lot of shaming too, like when you don't like, because we also have like it's not like here where you go to a different school when after middle school you go to a different high school and then pretty much you change the community has changed, like the teachers are
yeah,
different. It kind of stays like not like the same teachers, but it's the same compound. It's a big compound, but like you know, like if there's like stereotypes, a teacher like maybe has a fixed mindset about what you are, who you are, what kind of student you are, and they kind of tell the next teacher in the next level.
uh,
So there's like you almost can't. The stereotype also becomes you in some way, right?
yeah, you
Like
can't.
oh, this she's like you know she doesn't do her homework on time, or like she's lazy or whatever. Like she always spaces out. Like you already know that you're not seen as a good student and you become not a very good student yourself.
Wait a second, are those from your life?
Yeah, like I think that was something that like I struggled with. It's like I don't like because you know there's a lot of like note taking. It was a
Hmm.
lot of note taking, like an excessive amount, and I oftentimes have like I can only do note taking maybe for like a few minutes, and I'm just like, can I just like photocopy your notes? So why are we all doing the same thing, you know?
I I to this
Yeah, it
day,
makes sense.
I to this day don't take notes really. Like I have, in my role as a teacher, and as a department, I am much better at remembering detail or like big things than trying to take down notes. And I see people taking notes at meetings, and I'm like, I just don't get it. It's not
Yeah.
not the way that I store information in my brain. Uh,
No, no. I mean, I assume some, like maybe it's definitely not a storing thing. I think it's a way for, I can take notes to try to understand something, but I'm not going to look back at that notes, at those notes and try to
yeah,
remind myself.
that's that's a good way of putting it. It's there to get it embedded in your brain, but not there to recall
Yeah, not for
or
recall, because
to,
sometimes you
to
don't even understand what you wrote half the time.
yeah,
Do you
or
ever find like, it's interesting, like some of my sketches for like the book dummies can get really rough. Um, and it's kind of cool because like I don't know, like they understand. Like I think publishing editors are just so good at like understanding the story behind the sketches you make.
yeah, they can read
Um,
in the lines. So
yeah, but it gets ridiculous sometimes that I'm just like they almost look like shorthand. I push it to a ridiculous level. I'm like, I can't believe I get paid to draw, you know?
I I have the tendency, and I still like fight to it to this day of I overdraw or
Okay.
I over clarify my drawings.
Oh, I see.
And
You're the
and
opposite.
yeah, and then I regret it because then all of a sudden I feel like I'm tied to that, you know,
Yes. And
clar-
sometimes they don't like it, and you drew a lot of it already.
yeah, like right now, the comic book I'm working on, I'm trying to stay relatively loose, and I realized the other day I'm just tightening up more and more. Now the good thing is like aesthetically it feels um, looser, but
Hmm.
I think I have to any project that I do like this, I have to explain to any art director or any editor at that point that this is a template for what I'm going to do. It is not uh, the roadmap.
The
All right,
roadmap, yeah.
it's not a one to one. It is
Yeah, like
just
we
going
can
to be
still
like
pivot from this. Yeah,
yeah, and
that
some
helps.
I think that they would understand that.
Do they get anxious when they see a finished drawing, a two finished drawing? Because now it makes the comments a little more tense because they're like, no, we don't like this, or
Well, I think that's part of the problem is I end up getting comments sometimes from on past projects. I've gotten comments that like, oh, can you make this a little smaller? Can you move it over here by about a half an inch? Things of that sort. And if I'm loose with those drawings, then they can't get into that kind of minutia.
they can or can't.
Can't.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And so if I'm looser, then all of a sudden I can go like, oh, well, I'm just going to, make it up as I go along, and they'll have to deal with it. Like, they can't come back to me and go like, move this a quarter over because it's not worth the fight at that point. But
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
like they see, so like there's this battle that does
It's
happen.
weirdly strategic. I like that.
And so, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, when I was doing editorial, there was moves that I would make to, when I sent sketches of like, this is the sketch I really wanted to do. And so I would send them, a certain amount of sketches. They'd be ordered a specific way.
Hmm.
Mention that I'm trying to play psychology with them.
Oh gosh, I do that too. Well, not with publishing, but with freelance work before. But
Yeah,
go ahead, go ahead.
I
I'm
was gonna
curious to see what
like,
you do.
I don't do that with publishing either because it's a big long project, and so it's
Hmm.
stupid to go and do like 5 different drawings of every page
Yeah,
and send them and say, which one do you like the best for this spread, and what do you
yeah,
like for that? But that idea of like there is a psychology in how you put it together to get
yeah,
the answer hopefully that you want
yeah.
versus what they think that they need. Of,
I used to one time I would do like there's probably like an order of things, and it's probably an intricate skill you had to learn through the years. That's hard to explain to people. For me, there is a thing they used to do where like there's one sketch that I really like, and then I would make the mistake of I was like, well, I really want them to pick this, so I'm gonna option out really bad ones.
yep, yep,
And then they actually end up doing the bad ones, and I was like, never ever put
yep.
things you don't want to draw. Like, don't put things you don't like.
The
You
problem
think it'd be so simple.
No, that theory works. Like I've had the same thing where it's like the one that I don't want to do is the one that they always choose. But you're not supposed to put in ones that you don't want to do. But at the same,
Exactly.
you still have your favorite. And so no matter
You
what,
do.
it may
Yeah.
not be that they're bad ones, but they're still ones that you'd prefer to do. And they always choose the
Hmm.
one that you're like okay with.
Yes. Yes. I don't know why that is. I think we
Uh,
all just operate in different brains, I guess.
I think it's part of it is the one that I want to do probably has so much like I don't know if this will make any sense, but I have this big vision in my head of how it's all going to come out.
Hmm.
I try to spell it out the best I can in that sketch, but in reality, more than likely, it is something that has to be thoroughly explained, or you have to finish for it to make sense. And
Yeah. Yeah.
they don't have the vision to see that through.
So was it like a presentation issue then?
Yeah, it's more, again, I mean, maybe the trick is don't put your favorite one up front, put it at the end, because that's the last one to see. And they,
That's true because they probably will forget.
yeah, well, it's also like it's designed by committee, and
Yeah.
it's probably like 5 different sets of eyes on it. And once one person is vocal enough, they all just kind of follow suit. I don't know. I've never been in those meetings, to be honest.
Me neither. Yeah. I wonder. There's probably like their own kind of hierarchy, and they're all kind of mind gaming each other as well.
I mean, the good thing about Kidlit is like there is explanation as to what they think and why they
Yeah.
think. Whereas
Hmm.
sometimes, and I don't know if the same thing happening with card stuff, but with editorial, sometimes they don't have the time to give you all that information, or
Okay, that could be very frustrating for sure.
yeah, or it's a designer that is like external from the company who's just laying out the illustration and is your sort of contact person, but not
Yeah.
necessarily making those decisions.
Yeah.
But either way, frustrating. Let's put it that
They
way.
call them like there was like a project that they always call these people stakeholders, and it kind of stresses me out because it's such a I don't know, I don't like that word. I just feel like, oh, there's a bunch of stakeholders on this project that would want to chime in, or and it makes me wonder like what kind of role is it, like marketing, or is it people that are
It's
yeah,
it's the person paying the money. It's
yeah,
if it's the publisher, it's the publisher. If it's the the CEO, that feels like they got to say something. But
Yeah.
um,
Do you ever I was just talking to a friend about this, but like where you purposely like maybe move things where they shouldn't be just so they feel satisfied that they found an edit?
uh, no, but that's a good idea. That's
Because some people just want to say something, you know?
yeah, it's this is the psychology of it all, that you're not just because they you're not making these decisions without thinking how they're going to be interpreted in the end by someone else.
Yeah.
Um,
Because
it,
you don't want them moving around things that are just right already, especially if you have a very strong vision about something.
yes, yes, I want them to I want them to be slightly under my control, in some sense. So when I was in grad school, I've talked about this before. When I was in grad school, um, one of the things that came up was this book that I read, this photo book, and the book itself was, primarily about, and then it had this one about design. And for anybody that's heard me to say this before, I apologize, because it's the same story I've told many a times. But the word design in it, they said that it was the Latin root was the word liar.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to figure out what that meant, and I don't know if I figured out what they meant by it, but I figured out what I understood it to mean. And what
Mm-hmm.
it to mean was that um, we as illustrators are in charge of controlling people's vision for, or their perception of what we make, to the point that we're making them think that they're in control, but they're not. I.e., we are
Yes.
lying, and we are saying, hey, you can look at this however you want, but in reality, I told you to look here first, and then look, and then
Exactly.
etc. And so there's like this control factor that comes into play. Uh,
Yes,
you
I
know,
can see that. I feel like I've heard that before too. It's definitely I've definitely heard it. Like it's I don't know, but maybe more in when I was in school. There's definitely a lot of like managing your clients and the relationship is intricate. It's funny because like I don't really find the same tension in picture books. I think a lot of the editors I work with are you feel like it's not there's not a lot of like we're all on the same page. It just feels like we're all like I know I'm sure in those projects too we're all achieving the same goals, but it just seems like there's not it seems more tenuous, I feel like, but in picture books I've always felt like I don't have to play these games as much or at
yeah,
all. I don't really remember ever doing it.
yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, that idea of like, um, it is, you can be a little bit more honest and frank about it
Hmm.
without repercussion.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
make a little less judgment. And it's not to say that every industry has tons of judgments and the sort, but I do think that there is a sense of uh, allowance that they give you, maybe a little bit more so in this industry than what I've had
hmm,
in previous uh, positions. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
Um, is there when you are working on uh, your projects, do you feel like you're um, uh, battling against sort of a perception of what you want and what the art director wants, and sort of like who are you trying to achieve for?
Uh, I'm trying to remember if like honestly, like I feel like when it comes to picture books, in my experience so far, there's not a lot of tension. I think I've been really lucky that the people I work with are very trusting and when they do create like I don't know, just like a project I'm working on right now, there's a lot of like changes and like even in the sketch phase. And I find that the suggestions are very good, even if it's sometimes it's an overhaul, and I could be a little like, oh no, so much work, but then it's like actually, but it's like really good. It's like really good work.
It's, uh, it's
I mean,
there for
I imagine it's not the same for everyone. I've definitely had peers that are like frustrated and have a lot of like, like apparently I shouldn't. I don't know. Like I don't want to say anything because it might narrow it down too much, but it's like a lot of like pearl clutching on like, oh, this child is holding something that might be a weapon, you know, something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, give me a break. You know, a lot of like debates like that are like, I think, I don't know if that's also like, because I've only most, I don't know, like it's just, it's crazy because I've done enough books now and you'd think I'd run into an experience like that, but it's been mostly like really smooth sailing. Like, I maybe I've had one project that I actually like lost at one point because it was like, we were just not on, we just had to move away from it, but because we're not on the same page. Maybe it was just the one, but I think I knew that from the get-go. It just had that vibe, you know? Like you ever feel like, okay, this is like there's a vibe here that might be like it
Yeah.
will dictate the project moving
You
forward.
get,
Anyway,
you're not connecting in a way that you have in previous.
yeah. But overall it's been pretty good. Like what about you? Like have you had to fight for your vision a lot and some stuff?
Um, I I'm gonna say this is gonna be pretty blunt and honest here. I don't
Hmm.
think I fight enough.
Oh, you don't
And
fight enough. Maybe that's it. Yeah.
I I'm too much of a people pleaser when it comes to stuff like that. That I'm like, oh, this is what they want. I'm just gonna change it to what they want. And
Yeah. Is it because you're exhausted yourself or you're just like not the hill you want to die on?
uh, I think part of it is just personality wise. You know, like the
Hmm.
element of there are certain rules in life that I am willing to break, and then other things that I am like I can speed in a car, but
Hmm.
when it comes to people's perception of me as a person, or like the value of me as a person because I follow rules, if I find that
Yeah.
I will follow the rules because
Yeah.
I don't want to be perceived as
Oh,
uh
like a difficult person to work with.
yeah. But
Yeah.
so when like suggestions come in, part of it is also though because I'm coming from that editorial background where like you just do stuff because it's fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't have the time to sit there and go, well, let me think about this and see if this is the right decision for me. Sometimes you just got to do it because it's got to be done.
Hmm.
And, is that the best
I
way
can
to
see that.
operate? No. But that is the way that it sort of comes about sometimes. And
Sometimes fatigue also sets in, like when you're like back to back with deadlines and like you're like, sure. Yeah.
yeah, yep. You're just like, I don't have time to sit here and argue about this little thing that really is insignificant uh,
Yeah.
overall picture of this. Um, that being said, like there are times where I fought back on a couple of things, but um, for the most part, I'm not as pushy as I wish I was, or
Yeah.
as I tell people I am. You know what I mean? Like there's a
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, I'm a rebel. I'm out here fighting the fight. In reality, someone asks me to do something really simple.
It's
Uh,
easy to tell people to fight for it. You're like, you shouldn't really let them do that. But you're like, but you don't do it yourself.
yeah, yeah, yeah. There's quite a bit of that probably of uh, bending over backwards for people that I don't need to do.
Hmm. Yeah. I
But
found that I got good at like saying things nicely, like even if like maybe I'm getting frustrated about something, I think it helps to be nice about it. We are all pretty intuitive people and they do get and then you realize like, oh, like I just wanted to be acknowledged. It's not even like an actual solution I wanted. It's just being like, sorry about that. I know it's kind of blah, 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 and you're like, yeah, thank you. Like it's kind of like basic customer service, I think that I also learned that I have to do for people if they're kind of frustrated and I maybe we're stuck here and I can't really fix it for you, but to just say, hey, I hear you. You
yeah,
know?
I I think that I have gotten better at understanding what people want because of teaching in a way, like
Hmm.
understanding how people operate and what their expectations are, and understanding how people communicate. And some of those things have come because of just literally being in an environment where I have to deal with so many different personalities, uh,
Hmm.
ways of learning and ways of interacting. Now, going real quickly off of that, you teach or you have taught at least, right? Or you teach.
Hmm. Not anymore, but yeah, like a couple of years ago for a couple of semesters.
What did you actually teach? What was
At
the
first it was like a at first it was like it kind of kept growing in scale, but it was like at first it was like just one student. It was like one of their more kind of motivated student. Um and she was like doing her, I think it was like a thesis. I can't remember. Maybe she was in her final year, but it was like just kind of helping someone kind of finish like a project, and it was like really cool. I remember it was like tarot cards or something, and it was really cool to see like fleshed out work and like a student that like really knows their vision.
Yeah.
and to kind of work around that. And it was really challenging for me because like she was working on colors I don't necessarily would work with, but I have to like step into her shoes and be like, I see it, like I see, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this works, you know. Um, and then it's like, and then I also worked on like more kind of concept ideation class, which is a little bit outside my traditional wheelhouse professionally, but I think my background in advertising also helps me, um, kind of help me there. So like in a lot of just like quick ideas from like prompts, you know, it was like a class of just like creating, like it actually was a lot more kind of editorial in by nature, like, you know, like, oh, this is like a, and this is the structure of the class. This wasn't my idea, but it was like, how do you like here are headlines from today's news and how would you create like kind of a New Yorker type of drawing from it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a little harder because I think I realized not a lot of students, we all have different skills for like quick ideation and cleverness, you know. I think I get it was also first for me to just like kind of how to rein in my own frustration. I'm like, oh no, like you just drew elements in a, you know what I mean? It's not like synthesized, and I have to really be patient and sit with them and be like, well, you know, we can push this, you know.
One of the there's a instructor that I know in the area, but at one point he posted a thing online about doing an editorial class with his students, and the struggle that he had was not them coming up with ideas. It was that none of them have ever really read a magazine
Oh yeah,
or
yeah.
subscribed to any sort of periodical, and they're trying to do this editorial class and they don't know the source material.
Yep, yep.
And
A lot of these kids find their news too on like TikTok, so it was like a.
yeah, it's sort of a not necessarily a dying field.
Mhm.
It's a field that has a specific type of person and is not the college age kid. It's when you get older, you start reading magazines that potentially are, uh, about economics or,
Yeah, a little bit more
or
kind of niche.
yeah,
Yeah,
you need it for your career kind of situation. But I thought it was an interesting sort of twist that I was
yeah,
not.
because like these complex topics, these kids might like are just consuming in like bullet points in more bite-sized way.
Yep. Yep.
And so their level of knowledge for it are going to be in this kind of like reduced, not reduced, so simplified. So it's really hard to create like an editorial illustration over something that you already kind of synthesize into like something. You know, it's double like you're going to have not much to work with.
Is there no wait, when you went to school, what was your field of study specifically?
When I went to school, because it's funny because I worked in advertising back home, um, and then when I moved here, I was like, sort of just wanted to get into art school, just as like a how to like just because we were migrating, you know. So I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'll get a because I was on a student visa at the time. So I took advertising, and it was through my graphic design classes that I like, and also like seeing because it was an art school, so I saw a lot of other art animation and art like traditional artists, you know, doing that for their schoolwork, and I was like, oh, this is a thing that like I just got exposed through school and like classes I had to take, you know, that I'm like, okay, like there is a career path for this again that I had kind of forgotten that it wasn't available in the Philippines, but yeah, that was like I mostly did advertising. It was more of like a marketing type. It was heavy in graphic design and typography
Yeah.
also,
Yeah.
which was also kind of useful.
It was not a like illustration.
No, I had to just like I guess in some ways I'm self-taught in illustration.
Gross.
Yeah.
How dare you? Um,
Crusty.
well,
Crusty self-taught
it's
wet dog.
I was talking to students at one point about like, illustrators that are self-taught, and I worry that they see that as like, oh man, I've spent all this money on college and like I could have
Oh
done it.
no. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But they also, they are essentially getting a little head start comparatively in those situations. And it's not to say that you can't, learn all this stuff at some point self or through
I
college.
mean, I will say like yeah, because I mean I wish school wasn't so expensive. Art school is so crazy expensive
Yeah.
for like the career that it promises you. It's not like other schools, like other like med school, you know, or stuff like that. But it's like it's so crazy. So I can't like really push for it. Like you have to. But the benefit of going to school, you in some capacity, or if you can like enroll in like a trade school or just like online courses, or but really hold yourself accountable, is like you're really not gonna do the kind of work you do on your own. Like I feel like I've done some crazy cool stuff in school because it was school, and like I've made
Yep.
a pop-up book, which I will never do again on my own, you know? And like there's certain structure that is just like when you're younger and you're kind of not as disciplined, it's and you know, like I remember just like it's not just like creating that, it's also like the you know lack of sleep, the overnight work and perfecting something like you like I just can't imagine myself doing all that work on my own and holding myself accountable and just to put it and to turn things in like on time is like a different kind of skill too that you learn in school, you know?
Yeah. I chalk it up to essentially like the thing that I learned in school was not the art making.
Yeah.
It sounds silly because you go to art school and you think like, oh, you're going to learn all these skills in art making. But the thing that I learned was how to uh, assess myself. I
Yeah.
learned to speak the language.
Yep.
I
It was
learned,
also to deal with people, like different kinds of personalities.
yeah, there's things that are like, or one of the ways that I talk to students about this in particular, there was a class, the one class that I'll always remember this, that I got a C in. And I did fairly well in school.
Mm-hmm.
I think I got a D in a liberal arts class.
Yeah.
I was never very good in those classes to begin with.
Yeah.
But the art class that I got a C in was this painting class. And I was very upset by it at the time, thinking like, this teacher doesn't know what he's doing. You know, I did all this hard work and he doesn't see it. He doesn't see my vision or what.
Yeah. He
And
doesn't get me, bro. Yeah.
yeah, and at the end of the day, what I realized was I did not learn how to paint in that class. And I don't mean this as a slight towards the teacher. What I mean is the thing that I learned in that class was not painting, it was something else. And what it really was like how to light still life. And it was
How to what?
how to light a still life.
Okay.
And it was not the intention of the class, but at the end of the day, that's the thing that I walk away with that class going, oh, now I know how to do this thing that was not, you know, not the core principle that we were supposed to
Yeah.
be, but has helped me and has helped me in a way later in life that I didn't have the vision for at the time. Like now that I'm a teacher and I've taught drawing classes and I have this sense of like, okay, well, if I'm going to set up a still life, it needs to have this, 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 and this because I need the students to learn this skill, that skill, and the next. You know, when I was 20 years old, I didn't have the foresight to sit there and go, oh, this is what's really important in this class is the lighting. And so
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw the grade and just said, he doesn't know what he's doing. And
Yeah.
so that idea of like the skills that you learn in school may not be the skills that you're expecting to learn.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that makes any sense. And so like your advertising and your design skills and whatnot that you learned, like, yeah, you learned how to talk to people. You learn how to like pitch yourself probably in that
Mhm.
in a way
I
that
also remembered when I was working on that pop-up book, it wasn't like even for any art class. It was like, it was just like portfolio, with my final portfolio class, and I just needed like a way to encase all my print ads of all things. And I just wanted to create, it's funny because it's very picture book-esque. Like there's definitely like signs that I was gonna head there anyway, because I think I really like the narrative way more than like pretending there's narrative in selling products, you know?
yeah.
Um, and but I wanted to create something and you know like kind of unexpectedly creative in a boring, I mean, not a boring, but like a typical, because we all end up having the same looking portfolio at the end if you're in the same major, and I
Yeah.
wanted to stick out. So it's like, what if like inside the ads that sells, I don't know, like scrubbing bubbles, something really dumb. It's actually like a little. It was like a picture. So basically, it was like a book, kind of like, you know, like what's the name of that giant that like people tied up with rope?
Oh, Gulliver?
Gulliver. So it was kind of like I call it like the little big book of ideas or something. And then it was like tied up by like as if it's like Gulliver. And then there's like forest animals that like hunted it down and tied it but up. But so like so now it's in another fold out where you open it up, it's a forest, and then there's the book. And then I had to like deconstruct existing pop-ups to make this. And like it was like you said, like it's the skill you don't expect to learn now. And then I had to learn a lot with like like I got to work with paper a lot more than I had to because it's mostly a graphic design major. And I think that's kind of what set me to like, oh, I want to make greeting cards. Like it's kind of adjacent, and
yeah, those weird little things. Like there's so many things I learned in school that were like, again, stuff that you would not care about at the time that just had become so much better. I just noticed, and it totally fine, so don't worry about this, but I looked up at my screen and I'm like, I'm pretty sure your artwork hasn't changed that entire time that we were talking for the last like 10 minutes. And I realized, oh, my feed died.
Oh, okay.
I was like, yeah, it's not, and I just refreshed my feed and it's back. But
Nice.
I was like, man, you've like been talking but not working this entire time.
Yeah.
Um,
Disappointing.
you're supposed to come on the show and work so people can see
It's
it.
called Gab and Doodle, not
Yeah.
Gab and Gab.
Were you nervous about coming on to this?
A little bit, mostly for the fact that I'm really bad at like impromptu. I mean, honestly, I'm trying to not hate this right now. But I'm pretty bad at like on the spot drawing. So I try to like kind of narrow it down when it was like the day of. But then because it could be anything, it was really hard to also pin it down. I'm like, I could go simple. I could just, what I mean? So sometimes I get into a flow when I'm like, maybe sometimes I just like, if it's just like, there's not a lot of like not a lot of questions, but sometimes when I'm just hanging out with friends, there's not a lot because I mean the questions are thoughtful, so I have to think about it while I draw versus like I'm just hanging out with friends and we're just like, so what's going on with you,
Yeah.
like that kind of thing. So there's a lot of like I think my brain is working both ways and I didn't expect would pull me in two different directions, but so that's the only thing I was worried about because I already know I'm not the strongest like impromptu drawing person.
You're doing good.
Okay.
Doing good. You don't have to worry. It's
So, sorry if anyone is disappointed.
Well,
They're like, oh,
that come on and they're worried that like, yeah, they'll struggle, but you have picked it up without issue right from the
okay.
get-go. And
This is
I
a
always
lot.
worry about those folks that are like, well, how do I talk and how do I do this at the same time?
It is hard, and especially if like you probably had to like, because you teach like your demoing and teaching and drawing is also really hard because you have to be like you have to say things that are useful and make sense
Well, or you don't.
or not.
It's a question of, do you want to
That's where you come in. Just bring it back to earth.
Well, I like the equivalent of, you're right, like the demos and all that kind of stuff has made it easier for me, but I've been doing this a lot longer than a lot of people. I'm sure if I went back and listened to the first few episodes, it would be a real eye-opener or ear-opener.
Oh, I would like to say, by the way, like I've definitely, just because I know, we've talked about my work, but I've seen your work before when I was still in greeting cards, and I really always admired it. It's kind of funny because then you find an artist you like, and then you kind of forget, and then I revisit it again. I think I've like properly like found it again through maybe when you reached out, or I was like, oh yeah, like this guy dominated my Pinterest board for a bit.
Oh, really? See, that's
Yeah.
Well, thank you. First of all, you don't have to,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to suck up now. You're already on the show. Jeez.
Okay. Just
But
wanted to repeat guest. So.
yeah, you want to come back. I get it. But I have students that I looked up like my name or something of the sort they were like, oh, you should see, what your images are on, or I forget how we came to it, but,
Mm-hmm.
and apparently like one of the top hits for me is Pinterest on Pinterest. I'm not on Pinterest.
Yeah, but people probably find a way to put it in there, right? Like that's kind of how it works.
But it's interesting to me that like people would actually go to the trouble of putting my work, like to me my work is, and I don't know if you have the same thing, like I don't look at my work and immediately go, oh, this is super valuable or that people should care. And it's not to say that I don't like my work, but I just don't think it has the same, like if the equivalent of, we were looking at a what's the new one that's upstairs? It's Felicita Sala.
Oh yeah. Okay, sorry. That's another one I've always admired. One of the picture books. But yeah, go ahead.
Like, we have the new one up there. I'm like, well, that work is magical, and of course it's something everybody should own or pay attention to. But I don't see my own work in that same.
Really? Okay.
Well, it's imposter syndrome essentially.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's one of those things where like hearing that my stuff is up on Pinterest, I'm like, why do people care? And I understand that people do, but it's just
Also like I think like go ahead, go ahead. You have a point. I wanted to
oh,
hear it.
that was it. That was it. I'm done.
I think definitely there was one person that like took the effort to onboard it on Pinterest. But other than that, I think it's a lot of like, oh, I like it. Let's put it in here. It's a very quick like decision of just pinning, you know? So I think, but the virality happens too, which is kind of cool when like a lot of you get a lot of hits on Pinterest. So enough people make that quick click to put it on their boards too and put it in their mood board.
Yeah, it's because I don't know what Pinterest is 100%. Like I know what it is, but I don't, because I'm not on it. I don't understand how it works.
Yeah.
It's like, why would someone care? But I understand that it's just like it's a mood board essentially, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's a way to like, you know, it anchors like maybe I do it for like when I have a new project and I want to just see like things that inspire me, even if it's like not even things that I might even use, but it's just good to like, oh, we like it for different reasons. Like, you know, you pin something for a different reason. Like, it's like, oh, I like, sometimes it's photography. Sometimes it's just like colors.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the way they drew this animal. I might try to see if I can do something like that. It's just like, or sometimes actual reference pictures of from the client, you know, like it's kind of cool that like, you know, like I think I wonder the hits I get because, you know, it's a really, it has been there for me for sure when I was starting as a greeting card company. Because I remember Pinterest was very new at the time when it started, and it really helped my success. Like I think it was a lot to do with that. It was kind of a lightning in a bottle because before it got saturated, the market for greeting cards, like it was on Pinterest that I got discovered by like major retailers for a bit and clients. So it was like, yeah, it's a place, and I think it's crazy how it's still pretty relevant.
It's not like a Tumblr or no, what is it? Tumblr? Is it the
What
one?
was the top?
What is,
Tumblr.
no, one of those sites that's like Tumblr is no longer. I
I
don't.
would like to. Which one was that? There's no Behance or whatever. Is
Is
that
that
still?
one?
Do people still use that? I've never used Behance, but I've heard of it. Is that what
What
we're talking about? I know
Behance?
Tumblr was also a place, and it's probably still alive.
There was I don't know if people are still on Kara or whatever that one was.
Oh, oh yeah, that was like semi-recent, right?
Yeah, that one died out after people realized they were not like it was only their friends that were liking their work.
Yeah, because it wasn't like that's the thing. It has to pop off also.
It has to be art direct. In my opinion, if I'm going to put the time and effort in, it's got to be where the art directors are.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you know, I understand that Facebook is a thing, but like,
You think that it will? We hope it would follow, but I guess like if it didn't onboard the art directors, it's pointless.
yes, yeah, and it's not to say that I've like gotten tons of work through Instagram or any of these sites, but it's more than what I'm getting on any.
Yeah. You've gotten work organically from Instagram, or
Uh, wait, what was the question?
wait, what were you saying? Like, if you're, oh wait, sorry. So your interest, obviously, like we all want where the art directors could see it, but is it like you gotten work directly? I guess I thought that you choose certain platforms because that's where you get work directly from.
Well, like I have never had an art director reach out to me in my DMs going, "Hey, we want to."
Yeah,
I
it
do
has
know,
to go through your client, your agent mostly.
yeah, I
Yeah,
do know that I have gotten work because of work on Instagram.
for sure, for sure.
Like
That's cool.
there's a book that I know. Like I used to always ask, like, "Where'd you find me?" and all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
And I know that there are some books that I worked on that are specifically that, or an editorial gig or something of the sort, where people have found
Yeah, yeah,
Instagram. I can't say the same for a lot of the other like social media sites that are out there.
yeah. I mean, I probably should check out other sort. Like, I've not always on Blue Sky. I don't know if because I know a lot, like I think you use it, right? Like I have an account on there, but it hasn't really popped off for me, and I really can't
Yeah,
get rid of it yet.
Blue Sky is the only one that I really sort of use religiously
Okay.
because it sort of it is the equivalent of what Twitch they like edited of the sort, um,
Hmm.
a safe playground and not some horrible. Uh,
Horrible kind of amalgamation of like politics and
yeah,
dribble and yeah.
yes, it I mean, it does have some of that now. More,
Hmm.
it's definitely a lot lighter fare than what you get in some
Yeah,
sources.
because it's owned by the same like Jack Dorsey, is it? Is it still like a Jack Dorsey?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it like still? I think I don't know if it's owned by Twitter, the old Twitter,
Wait,
but
meaning Blue Sky or
Blue Sky.
oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is owned by
Because it's
the.
like if people say like, "Oh, this is what Twitter used to be."
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
I
so
don't know if it's
nice.
that or if it's just that like literally it's just not a hotbed of racism and awfulness
Yeah, yeah.
that's come into play.
It's
But
crazy because in on X, like, back in the day, you don't really. It's all about your like who you follow, but like those racism just pop in there. Like even if I'm not really following anyone, that would.
yep, it's a sad state of things, and it's not a world that I want to participate in
Yeah,
on the regular. Let's put it that way.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
the kidlit world is a nice, safe place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good for me. Um, the uh, with being out in the northeast, I imagine no northwest. There we go.
Yeah.
I'm so used to saying northeast that I just jumped to that automatically. But you're out there. You're in a fairly like progressive, artsy scene,
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah,
galleries and
I
also
would say so. Yeah.
is what's the arts community like out there? Is it like you know obviously like there is one, but is it kidlit heavy or is it
I mean, I think it's like it seems like it's more kind of. I mean, I know that we have our own like pretty fairly big book festival, like a Portland
okay?
localized one. So there's definitely a lot of like kidlit presence here, but I think like a lot of what I've learned, what I've experienced when I was studying, especially, is like a lot of just more kind of like local artists doing. I don't know what you call it. Like back then, we call it like pop art or like urban type art. Like,
Yeah.
but it seems like to be that kind of thing. Like there's like the whole. I don't know if you've participated in that like nucleus.
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
It's all like they're a pretty big presence here. Like they have a couple galleries now that they've expanded into.
Wait, they have more than one?
They have like there's like a nucleus house or something like that. They have, or maybe they've moved, but I definitely know there's more than one because there was one exhibit that I've never seen before. I've never been to before, and it's separate from like their where they host their drink and draw.
And it's a different like location altogether, or is it like attached?
It's a different location altogether,
Oh, I didn't know that.
and
Okay.
it was kind of fun because I don't know. It's good to see that they're expanding. I mean, I also like that. Yeah, like there's a lot of drink and draw stuff that they still do that I used to do a lot more. Oh gosh, I should do that again. I think I definitely lost touch with like my own artist community here in Portland that I'm trying to get better at. Like me, we're flaky people, so it's really hard to kind of get everybody together to like just draw. We tend to hide in our holes more. So like the people I would hang out more are like people from like my jiu-jitsu, because they're a lot more kind of we just tend to kind of navel be in our own hole. Like I tend to be like that also. So there was a time, especially when I was married before, with because he was also an illustrator, that we were more in touch with the community. We would do like drink and draw and do all this stuff. Um, um, go to the art galleries and hang out with like our illustrator friends. But it's something that I really try to be better about this year, especially with like when I visited New York and I saw like there's like the community that was there with like between books and the bookshops and editors and obviously it's New York, so it's a lot closer and it's easier for them to do that. But there is like some kind of thing that I can be better about connecting with here in my city, like
Let,
getting to know my local library, and all that stuff.
let me ask you a question then, and maybe this I'm sure you probably have a quick and easy answer to this, but um, with the sort of gallery scene that's there
Hmm.
or that sort of environment, do you get out to see like the artsy fartsy stuff, or are you going out for more of the like gallery nucleus where it's a little bit more
I think I used to do
Illustrate.
the artsy fartsy stuff before a long time ago. I just maybe stopped doing it. I think it's also like the I don't the cynicism that I hear a lot of people like. I think it's just kind of we don't really we're not really a buying art type of like. There's not a lot of money. Like I feel like people aren't really. We're all appreciators, but I don't. From what I hear from other my friends that are in galleries, like it's really hard to find people that are willing to buy art.
Yeah, or buy art
Um,
that is actually priced what it's worth.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, and it's like exactly, and because everyone gets sticker shock, and like, and I think it's also like maybe yeah, like maybe I just there's no direct answer. I just haven't really been connected to those kind of communities now.
well, I even with that idea of the buying of stuff, I you know the industry of doing your own prints and stuff now
Hmm.
a everybody can print at home. The
Hmm.
the price, like even the Gallery Nucleus or like Gallery 1988, as much as I love them, the sales that they really sell are in prints, not in
Yeah,
original.
not in originals. Yeah, because people get like what, like $200 for I mean, it's just
And it's most of the time I'm not charging like a ridiculous amount for stuff.
yeah,
They super cheap,
but
but
they'd rather have like the prints.
yeah, a print $10-15, and they're like, of course they're gonna go for that because of
Yeah.
the cheapness of it. So,
Hmm.
um,
I guess like sorry, I wanted to add like it's not like when I don't know what I meant really when I said artsy fartsy stuff because when I think about like local artists here, I think about like my graphic designer friends and illustrators like like back when I was doing greeting cards like I definitely was in touch more with local artists for some reason like because you would do their renegade craft
yeah,
and you see a lot of the not just cards but like printmakers like my friend Meg Hunt used to be I don't know if she still
oh
does it
yeah.
or not but she's one that she experiments in like prints a lot and printmaking and um
Wait, isn't Meg out in Providence now?
she moved out yeah she moved now but like there was a time when we would all hang out and draw that was like a fun golden time. And I miss that community. I sometimes we would try to do we try to do like a art hang online. It's not the same.
Hmm. Yeah. No.
Um,
Do you have a crit group just in general? Like, do you have folks that you meet with every once in a while, or is it?
I mean, I used to like try to meet up with our common friend Patrick Murphy. He's in animation and he's really good too. But it's I'm really bad at it. Like because he can only do it like every other Friday and I forget like and also like I need like I also I think also like I don't know if it's just like, you want someone, a bigger group, so there's talking, or maybe do we want one where just no talking, super quiet. Um, I tend to be more in the let's talk while working, It
Yeah.
depends because like obviously I'm not very good at that right now, but but if it's just like it's locked in, the concept is locked in, and if I'm just autopiloting, I can talk. But if it's just like I'm workshopping what I'm drawing and coming up with colors. It's a little harder. But sometimes it's like, yeah, do I want to hang out to draw or am I looking for social while arting? It's just like a whole thing. And like, am I getting in the way of someone's like project? Because I'm just like gabbing. But I wish it was like a bigger group because that way you can share the burden in different kinds of configuration of hanging out can happen in one table. Um,
Were you,
it's
were
a
you
little bit more, it's too intimate if it's just two people.
when you were in school? Were you the type of person that had music or something on in the background to kill the silence?
Um, Not really. But I do that when I'm working alone. I like to have a podcast
That's
or like yeah, like a podcast or just like some boring like kind of a more kind of not boring, but like kind of like a peaceful mundane show to have in the background.
I've never been able to wrap my head around the students that I have who need to have nothing, like no audio. And I know there's like neurodivergency things that are involved, and I
No audio, really?
yeah, like they're like anything that distracts them is problematic. And I'm the person who needs to talk or have music, or it's chilling me when there's no sound.
I mean, yeah, I would hope like I yeah, it seems like it's really your thing if you built like a whole thing about it.
about talking
Imagine if you're
about
like, I
work.
actually secretly hate this.
This is the worst. Um, it
I'm
really,
always happy when they have to leave and I can finally draw in peace.
yeah. No, it's really sad when that happens. Actually, the crowd,
Really?
the crowd drops off and it's just me in silence, and I'm like,
And no one's asking the questions
yeah,
anymore.
yeah. No, there's no conversation at all. It's just me talking to myself. Um, with oh, I was gonna ask this. So you're out in an area that they made a TV show about uh, where people put birds on things. Uh,
People put what?
birds on things.
Oh yeah, that was like a whole that seems
Uh,
like the whole put a bird on it thing.
yeah, yeah, that was Portlandia
Yeah, 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 yeah.
from, right? Is
Yeah.
it still that kind of environment there? Like, is it still kind of uh, like
Sure, I think so. Like
the
but
the zine mecca of sorts?
in the it was sorry, what was that? What was that? What Mecca?
The zine mecca?
Oh, the zine. No, oh, it's sadly, I feel like the zine culture kind of died. I feel
Oh,
like.
really?
I
Okay.
mean, I could be wrong. I haven't checked since, but it seems like in like the even in like the pandemic era, I feel like I haven't. There's like this one. A lot of zine shops have closed. There was like one that
Oh,
I used to like. But I'd like to think things are coming back, But in terms of like the cultural makeup of like what is Portland, I feel like I can't necessarily. The Portlandia vibe is very much very millennial coded, and obviously we're old as heck now. We're irrelevant, and whatever's being cool and artsy is dictated by younger people.
yeah. You speak for yourself. I'm a spring chicken.
Yeah, I'm a trendsetter.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, but yeah, no, but it's still Portland. I feel like it's like whatever people used to really make fun of it. Now I feel like I think the aesthetic and the culture has definitely been more democratized now, and it's kind of spread into different cities. There's pockets of whatever this is anywhere now.
It's yeah. I mean, there's like the equivalent of out here. There's Cambridge. And there's uh,
Hmm.
Jamaica Plains and all these different places that
Yeah,
have that same vibe. It's just Portlandia, or kind of like defined that as a specific region, or like a specific uh what I want to say, like there we go, of
yeah.
that vibe.
I
Uh,
will say though, I think like Fred Arm, like I think he still lives here, or I don't know if they both live here, but one of my who said this? Like, wait, who said this? Um, like they found they like he played pickleball with him or something the other weekend.
mm,
That kind of thing. That kind of like that kind of casual encounters.
they got street cred from playing pickleball with,
Yeah, he would play pickleball for sure.
of all people. I know he doesn't even understand that racquetball is better.
Yeah,
Rack-
yeah. It's like there's less rules. Things can bounce. It's mathematics. Get
It's
on with it. Get with it.
it's funny when I did the like when I go play the type of people that play racquetball, besides myself and a few others, it's primarily people in their like 70s who have been playing for
70? Is that what you said?
70s. Like there was a guy that I talked to the other day that's been playing since 1975. And if I do the math correctly, that means he's 72 and still playing racquetball, and he could beat me hands down without any question.
That's so cool. How's his knees?
Well, he had a hip replacement, and he had all sorts of things to make
All the
that happen.
upgrades.
But he is still, like, he just has been playing so long that he is so good. Um,
Yeah, like at some point that's like muscle memory skill issue type thing.
yeah. And so, like, I'm afraid to play him at some point if I ever have to. But
What's the fear? Like is it just no, it's not the fear, but like it's like in tennis, like oh no, it fell across like yeah, I don't know, whatever. But like in racquetball, is it's just like you just drop the ball. Like it bounces all sorts of ways. He's so good at bouncing it and
it,
around you and you just didn't relay it back. Like are you allowed to drop it once?
it hits. So the rule is it has to hit the front wall before it bounces on the floor twice.
Oh, I see. Oh, it can bounce twice. That's pretty good.
No, no, it can't bounce twice. It can only bounce
Okay.
once. And then the
Oh,
next time,
before it bounced twice. I gotcha.
yeah, yeah, before it bounces twice. And you can play off the back wall, the ceiling, the sides, etc. The
Hmm.
problem happens, though, with someone like that guy, is he can hit it at Mach,
Mach speed.
and you're in a confined space, and the amount of times that you get hit by a ball in that situation is probably higher than what you would in tennis. And so, like,
Mhm.
I've hit myself in the face with a racquetball many a time.
Yeah, I can
And
imagine.
yeah, it's it's a dangerous sport if you're not paying attention. And
Yeah.
I'm not prepared for the speed at which this guy hits these balls, because they would severely bruise me at
You
my
can you leverage your youth somehow and like use it
yeah,
against
yeah.
him?
Just find a way to like
Cardio him?
no, no, this guy's
Really?
been doing this since 1975. He is fit as a fiddle.
Mm,
I'm the
with a hip replacement?
yeah. No,
Hmm.
he was saying to me, like, I watched him play and he goes, yeah, I just got a hip replacement and tore my Achilles tendon and I'm just recovering. And I'm like, this guy can still like just
What a beast.
yeah, it is ridiculous. But at some point he'll get older and then that's when I attack.
It doesn't seem like it's happening. He's already in his
No,
like
yeah, eventually it's going to be years before it happens. But
yeah.
when he's
At
95,
some point he's gonna have dementia. He's not gonna know how to play.
yeah, I'll just show up in the hospital room and he'll be there and I'll be like, aha,
Yeah.
yeah, it's my turn now. Um,
Can you just hit it really hard and then he just kind of like gets confused?
he's not that old. Um,
Okay, okay.
he's, he's
Some ways to leverage the hip injury.
there's some I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, maybe we'll do a dance off first and have
Yeah,
heard it first, and then I get the chance to come back and
exactly.
with it. I don't even know what I was gonna say after that. I got sidetracked into broken hip talk. Um, what was I? I don't remember what I was gonna say. So tell me a little bit about your book collection you have, because you said you have stuff there, and I'm wondering, like, do you have a huge collection? Are you mentioned the idea of like getting back out to the library and
And
sorts.
or yeah, buy more. I have like I guess I could grab some right now, but let me see. I think I was like showing it to someone. I was like I remember having like guests on here by was it Christian Robinson, and then I saw like the Hideaway, is that it's called, the Felicita Sala one.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, there's also like some stuff that I got from like when I went to like a book fair. I met some of my friends there. There's like a Keith Negley book there too that I was like, oh, used to like his color. Like I remember because I think for some reason the algorithm sort of makes you forget some artists. But I remembered when I followed him on Twitter and on Instagram before. I think really liked the way he did the colors and the brave way he would just like make some people pink,
Mm-hmm.
or purple, and like yeah. So I would like look back and I was like, man, I haven't really because I locked them up in like a my bookcase has a glass door, so it doesn't always invite like me going back there a lot. But
Yeah, poking.
there was a time when I would like just put them on the table and like say, this is like look at the inspo. But yeah, like I haven't bought any books since. And I remember when I went to New York last year, I was sort of like a lot of people have seen my books, and I felt like I haven't really seen enough of my peers' books, and I feel I don't know, a little embarrassed in a way, kind of caught off guard, and I'm like maybe I should like keep at it, and because I think once we see it on Instagram, you think that's okay, I'm familiar, but it's different when you like pair like actually flip through the pages and see like the totality of like how they told the narrative and your
Well,
favorite pages in there.
I can tell you, even on this show, like even tonight when I ask, like, have you written any books? I'm always worried when I ask someone that, because I don't know everything people have done.
Okay.
And so there's this risk of like someone's gonna go, yeah, I've written 14 books, and I'm gonna, like I know.
Yeah.
I try to do research. I try to keep up with everything, but I don't know every book of every person that's out there, and I'm afraid it's gonna catch me someday. And I'm gonna pay.
Has it?
Not yet, not yet, but someday, someday it will happen, and I will
I
feel
think
more.
my friend Chuck Ronick has been pretty good at like keeping me up to speed, like some books because he's like, oh, I love this, and I was like, oh yeah, it is pretty good. I think he's a lot more kind of more like ear to the ground on things. Like he's been a really good friend of mine to tell me like who's who in the industry. I think
Yeah.
I'm in so many ways I'm still very unfamiliar. But he works in he works for a library and he's a lot more kind of in tune with those things.
I
And
forgot
it's a
that he
very
was.
good. Sorry, go ahead.
I forgot that he was worked in a library.
He
Yeah,
also, yeah.
and he did mention that, and I totally spaced on that.
Has he been on here?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
you go back and watch it. It's out there.
How long was his?
What do you mean? Like how
Like
many?
his session with you?
What? Trying to have a time off here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the time off.
Full. I don't think he lasted the full 4. My wife upstairs might be able to tell us better, but yeah, I don't. I think he gave up pretty quickly back.
Oh yeah, of course he would.
And yeah,
Dutch. I'm kidding.
he was a real
He's a real quitter, that one.
yeah. You got him hands down at this point.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
should quit now. No,
well, do you have that to find out?
no, we don't have to have
No,
like
well,
a time
we're
off.
doing it right now. Right. She's looking to see. She marks it down what was on the whole time.
I do have to go pretty soon, just because I realize it's 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy how quick this goes by. I was a little intimidated by the time. I was like, oh no, like what if I run out of things to draw and like things to say? But then honestly, I could keep going to be honest. But you know, my dog.
Oh
Um,
yeah, you do have. You have to. You're on PP patrol.
Also, like I like I like to snack a lot, but now I'm getting hungry again. See, what
Uh,
is this? We should stop because I'm starting to do things like this. But yeah, no, it's been really fun. Like I thought I wouldn't. God, it's been 3 hours. Like time flew, and I really appreciate like just hanging out and drawing. This has been really fun.
Good. Glad. That's the whole point of this thing is to sort of allow that flexibility of just like, especially in an industry where people don't have time to make and play, to
Yes,
take a second and just like,
we all say that we need to play more, not we really don't.
yep, that's what this is. This is time to play.
The
Um,
temptation to like have anyone come in here and actually like, yeah, I'm going to do some of my work. Yeah.
there have been people who have come on and done stuff that they're working on, and I'm okay with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with them doing that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people use it as an opportunity to just like, tune out from their daily chore and do stuff that is goofy, or to try something, or to be, to doodle essentially in a way
Yeah.
haven't in a long time, which is
Honestly, I'll tell you, I haven't done traditional art in like 3 months now because since Christmas, I was just like starting to do sketches for all the book projects, and then I finished a book just purely digital. So this is the first time I've touched traditional art since last year, since December. So it's been a good excuse to really get into it again. Just a lot of
good.
like, obviously, as you can see, as I feel like, it's a lot of like, I've forgotten some stuff. So,
Well, at that rate, then I expect a dedication in the next book.
yes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be here without you.
Yeah. There's I expect a high quality. I don't want one of those cheap ones that it just says to my friends. I want it my name in bold. No, well,
Oh, I like that. Chuck Roenick did not last the whole time. Not a
yeah,
Gavin dude. He's not a Gavin dude.
nope.
He actually is, but I think maybe you bore him. No, I'm kidding. Um,
There's a high likelihood of that actually being true. Um, there's a good chance that I didn't entertain Chuck. Uh, how did you meet him? Because he's not. I mean, he's overseas.
I think probably us online, and then he visited, and then maybe once or twice, I can't remember. But it honestly felt like it's crazy because I felt like I've met him at a book event, but we were like, no, we just maybe chatted on Twitter. We have the same humor, so it's kind of the type of things that bring people closer. We're kind of
Yeah.
I like a little like I don't know, like sarcastic about what's going on with the world. It's kind of like the way we cope with the impending doom.
Wait, what's
And like
going on with
I
the
do
world?
like his humor.
Yeah. Is there something happening that I don't know about?
It's just
Uh,
like we're killing trouts as we use AI.
yeah.
I don't know, running out of clean water. But like but yeah, no, I think it's just, and then we met we met when we visited, and I think we met again in New York recently. That was really fun. So I got to do the whole thing with him and a couple of our friends, Kayla Stark and Vicky. Vivian Mildenberger. She has a really long last name. I wasn't sure if I was going to get it right. But it was good to see all of them because, like, I don't think I've ever met them in person, and to see them in the original art show for the first
Yeah.
time was really fun. And then, yeah, like, I think with him, it's just like we've had a long-standing friendship now. And like, I wish I could do this with him, but I think we've talked about it, but it's really not the same when it's not like a live feed where people ask questions and you kind of have to really lock in, I think I used to have a Discord channel for some of us, but I think I don't know, it just fell through somehow.
There's a couple of them out there, that Discord channels that like are more active
Uh-huh.
for kidlit folks, but yeah, you got to really be on top of it.
Yeah.
Like there's one that I'm part of that I haven't been on for months, and it's just my schedule of teaching doesn't allow me to
Yeah.
hop on there every day like some of the folks that are on there do. So
Yeah. I can see that. It's exhausting because like I honestly like online definitely the prospect of doing it seems kind of daunting after a full day of work, but once you're on there, like I feel like we've for real hung out, so it doesn't feel as exhausting. I don't know how that happened, but if it's just you and your friend and like a small audience, or like like if it's not really a formal thing, you feel like it's just another like chore.
yeah, I will say that this, like, doing this series has been amazing for the fact that I just get to meet so many people. Like I mean, obviously, like going to events, like going to society or things like that, will get you in network with people. But just there's so many people that I've met. Like you mentioned Kayla Stark, and it's like, well, we've had Kayla Stark on. We're friends.
Oh yeah,
And
she's cool. I like her. Yeah, no, that's cool that you don't have to really like travel across the country, and then you get to see many of them. And it's not so frenzied, that because these events you get to just have one line and you're off to the next person. This is like a good sit down. You get to know them.
this is a good way to sort of like socialize with people that are like-minded, but also not have the airfare
Yes.
that happens.
Oftentimes we don't.
There's a lot of people I would like to. My wife has said many times on here that she wishes that we, or after this rather, has said many times that she wishes that we lived closer to a lot of the people, because there's so many
Yeah.
people we vibe with.
Mm-hmm.
We live in a sadly non-vibey area,
No. Yeah.
and so it's there's like-minded artists out there that enjoy the same stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
they're just getting us into a
It's
situation.
so far.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the other side of the country, so it's not like it's a easy
Yeah.
commute or if you want to, we're going to a jigsaw puzzle competition this weekend, or no,
Oh.
now. So if you're in the area,
Yeah, it might just be an in and out overnight thing, but
yeah.
I love puzzles that much.
Uh,
Well,
well,
this has been super awesome. Thank you for
yeah.
having
Let
me.
me switch camera. Give me 1 second. And I'll switch the camera to
Okay,
the.
do we end with like the camera switch?
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Where
Let's see.
I just got to get this paint down on the surface.
Let's see. Boop.
You're probably already switching, and I'm getting there.
The sooner I can have people stop looking at this thing. I do have some favorites. I do like how this thing turned out. This guy.
Good.
I mean,
Good.
I definitely wanted to make a story about him. Like, it's just been like a good way to explore him or it. I don't know.
I love. Well, it's fun too because looking at what you made, like the little mushroom guy and whatnot. And this is gonna sound maybe a little odd, but I think of your work as being so like people oriented,
Yeah.
and then to see like a little mushroom guy is so good. So
That's good to know. I definitely, I do like not people oriented things sometimes. So it's good to just like, if I can have my way, I can draw a mushroom with eyes.
yeah, you just take any inanimate object and put eyes on it and call it a day.
Exactly.
This has been lovely. I am so glad that we were able to meet and connect up on here and have a conversation and talk about colonoscopies and mammograms and what was the other thing? That was
There was one crazy thing. I don't know. It's not even the colonoscopy. It was like hip replacements. I don't
Oh,
know.
well, there's hip replacement. Yeah, a lot of old people things.
Yeah, a lot of people things.
But this has been lovely. And if I ever run into you out there in the real world, holler and I will. I always say this. I don't drink beer, but if anybody does, I owe you a beer, or I owe you the beer equivalent of whatever that. If it's boba,
Exactly.
if
Like a
it's
Coke Zero.
yeah, one broth soup.
Yeah.
You want
I owe you some soup in a
yeah.
tumbler. I owe you tea. All right. Likewise, likewise.
This has been lovely, and I will be in touch. But this is exciting. Do you want to promote anything before you hop off?
I mean, like I have the Cherry Blossom book. It has been out like just recently. I definitely want to promote that. One thing I'm excited about that, yeah, that one really. I love how glossy it is. The cover. Yes. One of like I really proud of that book. I painted it with a flat brush and I might do it more. I think there was just like a style shift because I did that small change. There's
Your
also like
trees
a
are so good
go
in it.
ahead, sorry.
I was saying your trees are so good in it.
Thank you.
It's-
Not it's not me, it's the brush. It's just like I don't need to do much. It's
Mm-mm.
not me. It's not me. It's magic.
But is there something else coming out soon, or is
Like Bath Time with Snow Monkeys is coming out, but it's available for pre-order. As you know,
yep?
pre-order is super key. So like if people can get on that, it's also I'm very proud of that book too. It's the one that I also Maggie DeCoudehole wrote that book, and we've done books together, and we have actually a few more books in the pipeline. I'm really excited about. So we've worked together a lot. So every time we have a book out, I'm really excited because she's such a good partner for these things.
Candlewick? Who is that? I'm trying to remember.
Candlewick, yeah.
Candlewick. Okay, because I saw they put out an ad of like, here's all the things coming out this year, and that was
Yeah.
one of the ones that was listed on it. So
They're good. I love the people in Candlewick. So yeah,
they're
we
like 30 minutes from us.
really,
Yeah, they're right down in Somerville, which is right next
yeah,
to.
that's
So.
cool. So they're not the vibey crowd. This is not why the neighborhood is
Uh,
vibey.
we live in New Hampshire.
Oh, I see. I
That's in Massachusetts.
see. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's about it. I really not on top of my head, like, but those are the new ones that are out and soon to come out. So if you guys can check it out.
Cool. Will do.
Alrighty. Thank you so much.
Go let
Let the
puppy
dog
go.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
take a lovely restful evening, and this has been wonderful.
Likewise. Bye-bye.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Real quick before people leave, next week, we have on Kate Micucci. Yes, the movie star. Yes, the TV star. Yes, the comedian. Yes, the voice actor. Yes, the what? Musician. Yes, the now kidlit author illustrator is going to be on, which is amazing. Kate Micucci is the one who I did the Crayola thing with, although I didn't actually meet her at that time. I have talked to her online, but she's going to be joining us next Wednesday at 2 p.m. And I'm going to be very nervous to talk to someone who's like legitimately famous. Not to say that the other people that I've had on aren't famous, but this is like someone who's been in like on television and stuff. That's crazy. And so as much as I think I'm wacky and weird and funny, which is shameful that I say that I think I'm funny, she's probably going to be 10 times that. So join us next week for that. And then again, go out there and get Yaz's new book, the When Cherry Blossoms Fall. And I'm going to switch my camera back down. I have another, do the math here, 37 minutes to finish this piece. And I'm going to get there. I'm getting close. And so I'm going to switch back down. If you have questions or anything of the sort, just throw it in the comments and I will be happy to answer. In the meantime, let's go switcheroo. So here's my sketch. So you can see the sketch there, right here. I'll zoom in on it. There's my sketch. In fact, I'll do this. Let's see if I can rotate it and hold the sketch at the same time. Whoa, technical. And then here's the piece that I'm working on right now. Let me just make sure this is squared up enough that we can see it. So I got to do faces and hair, and I got to put stuff in the frames. I got to do the window. I need to do details on the teddy bear to make the teddy bear legible, and lots of little colorings with purple and things of the sort to get this all jazzed up. I'm going to get this somewhat punchier over here so it sits out a little bit from the window that's going to be there because it's nighttime. Even though it's not very dark in the scene, I want to keep it light enough. And next I need to do the frame of the window, which I'm probably going to do in the same color as the frames that I did across the way, just so it ties the same color in. But again, if you have questions, throw them in the comments. I'm happy to answer where I can. Otherwise, you gotta sit here and listen to me talk nonsense. And I gotta wrap up in time because tonight I need to stay up late with my lady folk and watch a special show that is wrapping up tonight. Oh yes, you know it. The reunion special of... Actually, Lauren, do we know how long that is? The reunion special of Love is Blind. What a trash heap those people are, huh? Unless you know them and you're friends with them or you are them, then hey, you're great people or something like that, except for all of them. They're all kind of trash. Oh, not Vic and Christine. They seem to be lovely people. But the rest of them all have problems. Make our little window there. Do 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 do. I'm looking for a certain type of brush that I want here. Is this the type I want? I have all these new brushes. Oh, that is the type I want. I want to do a lot of dry brush for their hair. What? Oh, don't worry about it. Okay, wait. CAPLYD. I'm not trying to say caplid. You say especially Chris. Yes, Chris is awful. Do you happen to know how long the reunion special is? My wife can't look it up in the background because of a cat or something? A dog? Something's on her. But if you have the ability to look it up and tell me how long that special is, boy, oh boy, would I be grateful. You don't even know. So, so grateful. Just finish off this window. I'll put some stars out there. I'll do that later. It is 1.5 hours. Oof. All right, it's going to be a late night. Thank you very much for looking that up. Alex and Devontae are also aren't prizes either. Yeah, none of them are. I would say almost yeah, not a single one. Except for Christina and Vic. But they may be jerks too. We just didn't get to see that much of them. You know, so who knows? But there's a good portion of them that are not worthy of I don't know what I'm trying to say. There's a good portion of them that are jerks. That's all I'm going to say. So I'm trying to just get this like scrubby loose hair here. I can clean it up around the head.
But I need to get that hair so it feels like it's hanging down. So I'm using, just so anybody knows, I'm using a specialty brush. It's a level 2, I don't know why that matters. It's a 12-0 angle shader. It's a size I don't normally use, but it's kind of technically what I need for this right here. So it's got the ability to have these really thin lines if I hold at an angle, but also a wide line. But most of the time when I have angle shaders, they're like these big things. I don't even know what size this one is. Let's see if I have any of those over here. I may not. Not any new ones, any fresh ones. I do have a... I mean, this is an angled shader. It's actually a striper, but this is a level 1. It doesn't say what's... Oh, a 1/4 inch. So this thing's probably about... Well, 1/8 would be... Wait, why does it say a 1/4 inch? Is that a 1/4 inch? No, wait. Well, I guess maybe. So this one's probably more like 1/8 or a 1/16 inch wide angled shader. But what I want it for is I don't want something that's that wide when I go in and put in all these sort of scrubbing to get this hair hanging down. Oh, I still got to do the ladder. Forgot about the ladder. That's an important part to this. Otherwise, how's this kid climb up? So maybe I'll do a ladder that angles off this way. That's probably black, so it fights against the power of that. But we'll get to that. I watercolored a bunch of flowers for the magazine I'm making while I listen. Thanks for doing this. Caplit. I'm assuming that's caplit. That's my best guess, unless you set up above. But anyways, thank you for that. This is a challenging but also fun thing to do once a week, and so I'm glad that people tune in and enjoy. I'm glad people say yes and join us for it. How about that? That's an even bigger thing right there. Get these. I'm trying to get this. Scrub-a-dub-dub. And I do have some coming out that way too. Okay. I'm just trying to map out where I got to do all this first. I'm trying to create a little bit of an organic edge here that is not super consistent. So what I don't want it to look like is perfectly trimmed to match a certain like haircut or something because it's hanging upside down. So I want it to feel a little loose. I'm going to do a little over here. Get a little hair sticking off of it. A little too wet. There we go. Just checking the comments there. See if there's anything new. Kaplan, thank you for acknowledging the correct pronunciation.
I never know if it's like a name, a nickname, any of that stuff, and so I have to sometimes guess in those situations, and sometimes I guess wrong. There we go. There's that. Okay, let me do the kid. I'm realizing these are twins. I think that's what it is. And so, oh, I need an ear on this kid. That'd be good if I put the ear on and then worked around that with the hair. Let's give him an ear right. I kind of like that brighter yellow that's there. I'll do a little. Touch of that on that nose. Okay, once that dries, I can come in here and I can get the dry brush. He's gonna have a little bit of a mullet in the back, I think. He's gonna have some loosey loose strands here. A few little stragglers that stick off the side there. A little cowlick eventually here. Sort of essentially some sleep hair. In fact, I might bring his hair out, based on my sketch, out all the way to this. So it gets cut off by bed frame. There we go. And we come in here and put in the lines for the eyes on him, specifically. He's got one eye closed. Now I'm going to come in and put in their eyebrows. He's got one sort of raised up right there. And this one's got a mischievous sort of like that. Okay, we're getting there. Let's get those pupils in. Then I gotta do the bear and the ladder and the windows. I gotta get it done in approximately 20 minutes. Teacher Mary, how's my collage book coming along? Good question. I am done with it. It has been approved. It is off to print. I will officially see the finished product in about, let's see, in June. So that's bare minimum. So what is that? That's April, May, June. Probably in about 3 months, somewhere in there, I will see it. It is. I've seen the PDFs and they look good, but I have not seen the actual tangible book, but I can't imagine that it's going to be all that different or problematic, and so I am looking forward to it. I'm going to be at the well, I can't think of the term. I'm going to be at the American Library Association doing signings of it with the author Kathy Stinton. And so that's when I'll first officially see it. And hopefully it comes out beautiful. Can't imagine it wouldn't. But hopefully it does. I'm trying to figure out, add a little bit more reddish tone to this schnoz here. And then what I might do is add a darker tone underneath like that. Underneath something like that. Okay. Now it's time to make the bear shine. Let's do that next. I'm trying to get this tone right so I can get the shadow. Underneath the bear here. Just to imply that it's being lifted off of the kid below. Okay, let's see. Let me get a little bit of a chin there on that kid. I thought I had a very light yellow in here. Got this. I don't know if this is going to blend it out. Let me see. I don't like that. Erase it out. Let's see, do I have a lighter yellow over here? I have this one. That one might be able to do it. What I'm trying to do is give this kid a little bit of a chin there. It sort of looks like he's got some tone there for his chin. Needs a little bit more of an eyebrow on this side. Okay, now it's time for the ladder. Let's get that ladder in. Where are we at time-wise? Ooh, I got 17 minutes. 17 minutes. Can't believe it. I love this pic. It's great. So much story to it. Good night. Heading to bed. Well, thank you for joining. I don't even know if it was fully on screen there. I'll zoom out a little bit so people can see it a little better. Don't tilt it down. There we go. Okay. So, let's do this ladder.
How am I going to do this ladder? I think I'm going to sketch it first just so I know what angle to draw it at. So I think I'm going to do it like this. You know, put these little crossbars like so. And then I'm going to try to do it with, I'll do it with this one. So, okay. Get some water here. This is trying to even that one out a little bit more. There we go. Now the rungs of it. I like the idea that they're like thin little rungs. Don't need to be structurally sound. There we go. Let me get that just a little bit up there. That big chunk of paint, or is that just a, oh, that's just a little blip on it. There we go. Okay. I'm going to grab a Posca marker here. A little tiny thin white Posca marker. I thought I had some in here. That one? There's one. Right there. Let's go put some stars out here. Nope. Not what I want. There we go. I'm gonna darken in. Had a little mishap there. Okay, now it's time to manage said teddy bear. Let's get dry it real quick. Little eyes on the teddy bear there. Let's give him that. I want, where is this on? This on again. I realize I want a little bit more here and here. This kid is too clean. Get this dry brush a little bit better here. Okay. Now, I got that in. I'm going to add some little touches in here. Little purple ears. Maybe a little purple belly. And then I'm going to add some other odds and ends, and then I'm going to do those little pictures up there. And then I'm trying to think if there's anything else I got to do. Okay. Touch of this color up in here, up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here. I'm gonna do a little touch with this. Looks clean. A little touch of white on that table just to add a little punch there. Little okay. Trying to figure out if there's other things I want to add into this. Oh, I was gonna have blinds up there. That's the other thing I was gonna have. Shoot, can I make that fast? I just need to have enough that it just sits right up there. Okay, let's see if I can do this fast.
Where's some glue? Where are we at time-wise? 11:55. Almost done. Almost done. That I want. Where is it? Where's that color? Oh no. Did I put it back? Where's ash yellow? I can get it. But I want that to be a little bit more ash yellow. What's coloring? What? Speak up a little? Okay. My name is Mark, and I'm here to say, I make cool stuff, and that's okay. Do this. A little. Okay, we're making blinds. One little tiny line that connects them there. That works. Where are we at time-wise? I got 3 minutes. 3 minutes counting. 3 minutes counting. We're going to be done in 3 minutes. Get, okay. I think that may be it, everybody. I think that may be it. Let me make this shadow just a little bit darker. Underneath the bear, so it's a little bit more noticeable. Okay, everybody, I think that's it. Boom. We did it. We made it. Let me, hopefully it doesn't cut me off. We'll see. Cross your fingers. Get this up here. See if I can get a good shot of it before we're all wrapped up. Here's my illustration. Here is the sketch. Oh, I forgot to add that little bear up there. It's not necessary, though. Okay. You all have a lovely evening. I'll see you next week. Wednesday, 2 p.m. Kate McCucci. Bye!